the budget, Pawtucket School Committee work session and budget workshop, March 30th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Here, may I ask everyone to stand up, pledge your allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Public participation. Anyone that came in late, do you want to sign up for public participation? Hearing none, we're moving on to, well, go ahead.
Ms. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we move the budget up to the top of the agenda. And the reason for that is I feel that the budget is a very important part of a job that we do. And it affects the whole district. And seeing that there are so many things on the agenda, I would just like to make a motion because I think we really need to have our heads all into it when we discuss the budget.
Is going up to letter A under new business? Is that what you want to do? We can't have it go under above old business or approval of previous minutes. So do you want to move it up to letter number A?
Yeah, that would be fine if
So the motion is to move letter B, FY 24 budget up to letter A. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Charbonneau. Discussion? We'll go- what did I say? Did I? This is not tonight. Okay, M, we are gonna move letter M as in Mary up to letter A. So it's the FY 24 budget will be the first item under new business. Any other discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. All right, thank you for that. Next thing, let's try to take care of this as quick as possible. Old business approval of the intern superintendent posting. And before I begin, I owe this committee an apology. I respect your time, your personal time, and I made a human error. I did not put this in the agenda. It falls solely on my shoulders. I apologize. If we need 5 minutes to read it, all members, please, let's take 5 minutes to read the intern superintendent posting. Please accept my apology. Well, I just want to make sure, did everyone have a chance? I actually set my clock for 5 minutes. Did everybody have a chance to read it? If you did, no problem. Let's give a full 5 minutes. That's on the record. Charbonneau, you reading still?
No, I'm good.
Okay, then. All right. Sincerely, I apologize. That was very disrespectful on my part. So you guys had the chance to read it. I think Joe, committee member made a motion to approve. Second by committee member Doobie, discussion. Yes, Grant.
So I have actually quite a few questions. So it says that we're going to approve the interim superintendent posting. But I'm going to go back to the email that we received from our attorney earlier this week, which states that we are not required by RIDE to post an interim position. They recommend that if we need someone to get an emergency certificate, then we should post it. So I kind of wanted to start off with that because I think that kind of changes the conversation a little bit. We have an acting superintendent. I know we have several people within the district that are certified. And I feel that, this is a great opportunity for us as a district to give someone here in our district a chance. Whether it be the present acting superintendent or whether it be some of our other staff that has moved up from within the ranks. The other thing I noticed when you read this job description, it states that they have to have experience as a successful superintendent. Tonight, so prior to this, we had two superintendents who had not been superintendents. One was, I think Patty was a truancy officer, not a truancy officer, a transition. And then Dr. McWilliams was a assistant superintendent. But I'm not really sure why we would put that in there. And the other thing, a couple of other things I think we need to remember, tonight we're doing the budget and we all know that our budget is very tight. And retired superintendent comes at a cost, comes at a large cost. And especially if we have people within our own district that can do this. Or like I said, at least give them the opportunity. There are a few things in this job description. Relationships with the highly motivated staff. I don't, do we mean that we want them to motivate the staff? Or I'm not sure how that fits in. And then this position is for a limited term to serve until the beginning of the term of employment of the next. I think superintendent, I don't think we need long-term. No one knows if they're going to be here for a day or not. But why can this applicant potentially not be seeking a long-term position? Why? I'm not sure. Could someone who's posting for this position, is there a rule? I'm sorry, Mr. Connolly, maybe you could chime in on this. Is there a law or a rule that someone who's applying for our superintendent position, or if someone is someone from within the district we put as interim, why couldn't they apply for our superintendent and become the long-term superintendent? So I'm not really sure why we would put that in. And then it also says that we would evaluate the person. Well, we just said we didn't want them for long-term, but then we just said the job will be evaluated on an ongoing basis. So I think there needs to be a lot of changes in the post before, if it's voted that we post it. But I think we also need to have a conversation about, does it really need to be posted? Because from where I see it, I'm not sure why we would post it. Like I said, we have an acting superintendent right here. We have other people within the district who have been here for years. So I'm not really sure why, and hopefully, we have some feedback and some conversation that kind of shows, kind of convinces me that we would post it if that's the best thing for us. So that's all I had to say.
All right, let me actually go ahead. I do have a question. I can answer some of them, but
So I think that the posting is pretty solid. I mean, I think that I thought that the language develop productive relationships with a highly motivated staff is just a conversation saying that we have a highly motivated staff and you'll develop relationships with them. I think that the idea that we have many people in our district who we could just pull to do this, I think we're pulling them from something to do that. And then you end up having a ripple effect of, okay, so if we pull this person who does have a certificate, we now have to find a person to step into their role. And I also think that just kind of us getting into a room and saying, well, let's think about the different people and just offer it to one of them. I think for me, I would rather just post the position and see who's interested in it from that pool. Like it says, I don't know if, I mean, the language of this highly qualified person will have experience as a successful superintendent. I do think that for someone to step into this role, which is going to be very short term and just manage for 2 to 3 months, I think that it can be. I would say that that language I would like to see preferred as opposed to required. That would be a change I would make. And I do think that, we are doing an evaluation. We are doing an interview, look at different candidates. And I think that it's, we've had experience in the past of just kind of having somebody step into an interim role and then step into the superintendent role, step into interim, step into superintendent. And I think that other districts have shown real success in just appointing someone after an interview or just appointing someone who is not planning to take that role on, so that there's none of those politics wrapped up in the job they're doing. They take on the helm. So, I mean, my view is that the job posting, I think, is good. And I agree that I would say preferred instead of required for that, because I do think we have some people in our district who I think could be stepping into that role, and they may not have, most of them do not have experience. And so I think that for me, I would prefer somebody who has experience. And then obviously you're looking at probably someone retired, because I do think that that's helpful, but that's just my insight. I would vote in favor of it.
thank you. Ms. Connie, then Mr. Charbonneau.
So I agree with Ms. Doobie as far as having, given that this is a short-term interim posting, it is really, I would rather have someone with some experience. Given that there isn't a time for a learning curve or growth, someone needs to come in, know how to, it's budget season, as we all know how to do that with all the projects we have going on. It's really not, in my opinion, something, again, that's, we're looking to train someone on how to be a superintendent and to move forward with that. So I would prefer an experienced candidate. So I think that language is okay. As far as the evaluation, I didn't take that as a formal evaluation. I just took it as the work would be, as long as the work was satisfactory to the committee along the way. Until that, and that's how I perceived the word or read the word evaluation.
Thank you, Ms. Connie. Mr. Charbonneau.
A couple of the same, just formatted concerns. I don't know that we limit it to people who have previously been superintendents. I think that dramatically narrows the pool down of candidates to choose from. I do agree with Ms. Grant that I think, particularly to Ms. Connie's point, that if we're doing this on a short-term basis, in the midst, I mean, we'll give first pass to the budget most likely tonight, second pass in April. But I think more important, so I think that piece of it will be done. I think more importantly is for a short period of time, we need somebody who knows the district. And somebody internally, I think, who has established relationships and can navigate the district by holding it together. I think we're asking for an awful lot of an interim superintendent to, forgive the expression, but come in from the street, and then they're going to be focused on problem solving, morale building, and establishing trust between the staff, the administration, and the school committee. I think there's a fair amount of trust between the staff, the school committee, the school administration, morale building. Others can speak to that issue, but we're making this thing tailored. And I don't think we're being necessarily as transparent as we should be. So I agree, and I asked the question at the last meeting about posting. And then it came out that Providence appointed a permanent superintendent 2 days after our last meeting. I don't see the need to post this. I think we can post it internally. To Ms. Doobie's point, we may have 7 people internally and only 2 of them are interested in doing this on an interim basis, or all 7 may be interested, or you know what, all 7 may be applying for the permanent superintendent. So but I think to not offer it to people internally, particularly with this criteria where we're telling them, if you're going to take this, you probably shouldn't apply for the permanent superintendent's job, and it's only going to be a couple of months, latest July 1st. If we go outside and bring somebody in from the outside, what message does that send to the people within our district who hold the superintendent certification that this committee didn't even consider them for a limited time basis to serve as the head of the district?
Ms. Manolo, then Ms. Connie.
So I agree with parts of everybody. So we're looking for someone to fill in for 10 weeks. Okay, so someone has to have, with all of the things that we have going on with building and internally with curriculum and just a change in positions, I think that I would feel more comfortable saying, just posting it for 5 days internally and externally and seeing what happens. And that will allow, someone to come in internally to take the position or if they want to, you know, if we have 7 people in that's qualified and they all want to apply for the superintendent's position in July, maybe they're not going to answer that. So then we end up with nobody. So if we post it internally and externally, then we have more options.
That's what I was saying. I prefer, at least having the option of internal and external and see where we land. Not limiting ourselves.
Mr. Charbonneau.
I would just wonder out loud, how many external candidates do we think we're gonna get in a 5-day post? I mean, I don't know that. I mean, do we have a bunch of retired superintendents in the state who are logging on every day to check and see if there's a temporary job posting for them? I would guess probably not. So I wonder, you know, if we're serious about looking for somebody externally, let's put it out there for 14 days or 21 days.
But if we put it up.
So, but if we put it out for 5 days, we're basically saying we're posting it externally, and as soon as the posting goes up, we're taking it down. I just, you know, I think I think this is an interesting topic that deserves our discussion.
Ms. Doobie.
I think logically, unless we're about to have a special meeting, our next meeting is, am I correct, after April vacation? So our next week, Pepper's like, yes, I have the calendar. So our next meeting isn't until April 18th. So I mean, we could say we're gonna post for 5 days, but unless we're gonna have a special meeting to meet at the 5-day mark, we could just post and have at that April 18th meeting the review of those postings. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't know if people were entertaining a meeting during April vacation or something like that to get this to have this taken care of. But if they're not, then I don't think we have to artificially end the posting date. Just because I don't know. I just think that like I said, I'm in favor of posting it. I'm in favor of posting it both internally and externally. And then if we get quality internal candidates, I definitely hear Mr. Charbonneau and Ms. Grant's point that internal candidates hold a distinct advantage. And that, like I said, and then we can look to make a decision and hopefully have legal, you know, ready to, you know, figure out how we do that.
Ms. Grant and Ms. Fernandez.
You know, I always hear, you know, teachers who are going to become principals, they want to stay in the district, they want to stay in the district. And I would think, and I think that's the same with administrators. You know, as they grow and they build their resume, I think the hope is always to stay in that district that you have worked so hard for, that you have a major mark on, that you're familiar with. And you know, I think this is an opportunity for us, you know, not to, you know, just, I think, like Mr. Charbonneau said, I think we need to take this very seriously. I think there is no need to rush it, because I think the person we put in this place, in this position, we want to make sure is the right person. And I just think that if we do have the right people in the right positions, and we do have a highly motivated staff, then they should be able to work together. They should be able to support each other, and they should be able to get through these. I'm not even sure 10 weeks. You must be great at math. I don't even know when, you know, but I just think that we really need to post this from within, because I think that we need to give our people the opportunity. I think it shows that we respect our staff. We that we have faith in the people that have been hired by this district. And I think when you talk about being hired in this district, it's always been a team atmosphere, from what I understand. So the people are in the district and working in the district, and there's been someone from all these different parts, union, HR, you know, just different things on these committees. So everyone's kind of shown that faith from each of these departments of these people working here. And I don't want to give the impression to our principals, our assistant principals, our teachers, that we are not a district that doesn't want to promote or give the chance of someone from within. And I think this is a great opportunity to give someone, maybe someone who's not ready to go out there, or maybe they are really interested in us becoming a superintendent. But I think it really helps them get that motivation, you know, to work in their own district, and then maybe move up and, you know, give back to the district someday, you know, but I don't know.
Marcia?
A financial question, I'm not sure if I should be asking this, but when, with the interim, what do we pay in interim? Like if we hired a retired superintendent, right? Someone with experience, is there like a set daily rate we pay them, or is that part of a different, like, I'm just curious what that looks like. Cause I think knowing what the superintendent makes, I feel like a daily rate is probably.
It would be daily.
Okay. Do we know what that daily rate is? Or is it,
Unless you do know, but I don't.
okay, that's what I want to know. It's based on.
Right, but it's based off experience and.
Thank you.
Is that all? Was that answered efficiently? Do you need Bill to, do you need our intern? No? Okay. Ms. Grant and then Jay. Ms. Grant, then Jay.
So I guess I think I'm a little confused too. So we have an acting superintendent. So if she's interested in the position, she just applies for it? If she wants it?
Yes. If anyone that fills in this, I can't apply for it, but anyone that has these requirements can apply for it, is what I was putting this out there for.
But if we thought that she did a good job and we wanted to throw it out there for her to do the job, could we do that?
No, we can't make her.
Well, no, but I'm just asking, she's certified, she's been acting, and I'm just.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, thank you. I've been reluctant to speak just because it's incredibly comfortable conversation to know that you're in the middle of it. So a couple of months ago, and I just want to be very clear, I've been thrilled with the opportunity the school committee has given me to be acting in our incumbent superintendent's absence for her medical leave. And a couple of, I don't know, February, when it became something that was clear that was going to be a little bit longer of a term, I informed the committee that I myself need to go out for a period of time for a medical procedure. And at that point, I informed the school committee that I didn't think it was fair for me to sit at the helm when I was home and put our district in a situation where they didn't have somebody in the position every single day, doing the work and being present for the teachers, the administrators, and the students. I also need to say that if you chose to bring somebody up from the ranks, it would create a gap, which is why I encouraged looking outside for somebody who might be able to come in and keep the district moving forward. If even just while I was out recuperating. So that would be my ask of this committee, for the betterment and the continuation and the support of the teachers, of the students, and the administrators of this district that work incredibly hard every single day. That because I love this district, because I give my heart and soul to this district every single day, and I have since 2006, I felt as though it was only in the best interest of this district that I step back and allow somebody that can commit 150% to the district. And quite frankly, I've been doing 2 jobs without objection since I took over in December. And to have 2 jobs off the table, I think is putting whoever is going to be there in a little bit of a difficult situation. So my recommendation at that time, and will continue to be, is to try to find somebody who can take the helm for this short period of time, so everybody can focus and we don't lose traction. We have a very important, tonight, you're right, Jay, we're going to present a budget that we've worked very hard on, and you're going to continue and hopefully approve it. And at that point, we do have to enter into a very important piece of the process of being a superintendent, and that is negotiations with our collective bargaining, our union. And that is not something that I think that we should go into lightly. So that's why we're having this conversation, and I've been very reluctant for 2 meetings to talk about this but I felt as though it was at this point that everybody's looking at me and saying, well, you've got somebody right here, and you're right. I hope that I've been doing a good job. I've certainly been trying, and I appreciate everybody's support through this process. So, I urge the committee to make a step forward for us, for our district.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate that. Mr. Charbonneau, you were first, and then Ms. Doobie.
No, and I appreciate that, Ms. Ramsey, but and just so we are clear, I personally expressed concerns early on in the process about you being able to juggle both roles. So we had that discussion. My concern is, though, that it appears that while you're talking about the importance of us entering into a collective bargaining agreement with our teachers union, we're also talking about potentially bringing somebody in from the outside who's not familiar with the district, who's retired, who's got no skin in the game, so to speak. And then we're going to task that person with doing all of these things and negotiating the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of this committee, that conceivably it could be a candidate that we're all getting to know simultaneously. So I think, which brings me to my question, is if we were to approve this posting tonight, then what? It goes up for 5 days, it goes up for 10 days, 14 days, whatever it is, then what? The applicants come in and what?
We go through them, correct? Mr. Conley, the applicants come in, and then the next process is we as a committee go through them.
And what does that look like? So we get 10 applicants.
And
Well, I think it's
well,
important
this
if
is
we're
a
gonna
big
put a
deal.
posting out there, and then we're gonna put an end date on it.
Yep,
Those candidates are deserving of a timeline for notification. So I think if we do that, if we're gonna go ahead with a posting, then I think we need to have our ducks in a row to be able to action on the results of the posting.
Fair point, but let's just make sure that, because now I see what's happening. We can't put the cart before the horse. I don't know if this is gonna get approved. So I can't have a process for something that might not even happen. So this is out here for us to open up the process. I don't know how many people are gonna apply. You had a great question. How many superintendents are sitting in front? I don't know that answer, Mr. Charbonneau. I don't know that. So this is the best that I thought to get the top quality people to apply and be able to get the top person that we want that will fill this in. Although hearing some of the discussions, I do think maybe we should change some of the language around on how we made it will be instead of preferred. Stuff like that, long-term superintendent, great pickup on that. Ms. Grant, we don't, we're not gonna lock that person in, so, we can change words around, but I believe we need to, we gotta move forward. Not with this discussion, but we need to move forward, we need to post this job. So we know the next process. How many people are gonna apply for the job? I have no idea. I'm sorry for doing that. And Jay, I kind of cut you off. Are you done with, you had the floor.
Yeah, I'm good.
Erin, then Kim?
I move to amend the posting to say preferably before this highly qualified person will have experience as a successful superintendent. And also to, delete the word long-term from next superintendent.
To amend where it says on the real protected, what sentence is that, third, fourth sentence?
Fifth line, before this highly qualified person will have experience.
So say the word.
Preferably, this highly qualified person will have experience as a successful superintendent.
Fifth sentence, 5 lines down. Or D. And then just,
Long-term from the.
and long-term is down in the second paragraph, second sentence. Motion and second, motion by committee member Doobie, seconded by, was it you, Ms. Manolo? Seconded by Ms. Manolo, discussion on the amendment. Ms. Grant?
Oh, so we can't, so, oh,
On the amendment.
so we can't talk about in general. No, I have no postings. I have no postings.
No question on the amendment. Any other discussion? Clerk, call the roll on the amendment.
Ms. Manolo, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau.
Yeah.
Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant, Mr. Shalal.
Yes. Back to the original motion, Ms. Grant, as amended. As amended.
So I agree with Mr. Charbonneau. I know this is the approval of an interim superintendent posting. My assumption, and I know what happens when you make assumptions, that we would post this once it was finished. But there are so many details that we haven't even figured out yet. So when do those details get figured out? We need to figure out how many days it gets posted. Are we going to have a small subcommittee? Are we going to sit here on April 18th and each get a copy of all the applications and go through them? And then like, do we have a start? Like, are we going to come up with like a start date? Or I would assume we would need to have a process. So, and I know myself, I would feel more comfortable if we had process. And I know the last meeting, I kind of shared, all the concerns about what we would need. And I think what we're doing is setting ourselves up as a committee to fail. or look stupid. Meaning that, okay, let's post it, but we don't know right now what's gonna happen after that. You know, what happens if no one posts for it? What happens if we can't agree on the person, you know, who comes in? You know, like Erin said, our next meeting is until April 18th. So when do we figure out all these intricate things?
I would like Mr. Conley to address that, but I just would like to state, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mind looking stupid because I seem to be doing it every month. But I'm being serious on this. We need to post the job. We need to find out what the process is then going forward, in the sense that if no one applies for this job, now we have to look at a different avenue. But we don't know how many applicants. We don't know if anyone's going to apply. Once we put the application out there, that triggers the next step. I do recommend it's a 5-day posting. I think that was discussed at our last meeting that happened 2 weeks ago or last week, that this is gonna go out for 5 days. But we need to know, this process dictates our next steps, unless I'm way wrong, and I would love to be told by Mr. Conley if I'm wrong on that. Were you listening to my?
Yes.
All right. Please, because I want to know, I do.
So you had asked earlier, if the committee would review these applications and respond to get to the process is, for instance, the school committee could simply use the committee as a whole, do the application, you would do that in executive session, you would post, you would do it in executive session. And out of that process, you could appoint, you could decide you want to appoint on that process, you could decide that you wanted to do interviews that night. That would be up to the committee to determine how the selection process you wanted. There's no rule that say that this is a specific process you use for the selection. That would be up to you. And again, I mean, feeling myself with the answer to that question, yes, the committee will review the application. If you want to review them as a group, you would do that in executive, you would post that in the executive session process. So through all the usual executive session procedures, you could also decide, it'd be the committee's decision, if among those, however many applications you get, if you wanted to meet with 1 or 2 of those people, that would be up to you, or give to the committee, and then you could appoint. So the process is not dictated to you, you can determine what that selection process.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Connie, you edited up, then Marcia, then Joanne.
I want to thank Ms. Ramsey for, first of all, the work that you've been doing on behalf of the Pawtucket School Department. I think that we're all very grateful. And I also thank you for addressing us tonight with, a very real and so I'm sure very difficult conversation to have with all of us publicly. And I think that the fact that Ms. Ramsey has shown incredible strength in the face of all of everything that has come up in the time that she's been acting. I can imagine how difficult it would be for her to say then that we're going to need additional support while I take care of my health needs. And so with that, I don't think it leaves us any other decision but to post the interim position, given them circumstances. And I would like to, move forward with the action item of talking about the posting, and then we can work out the policy and the procedures moving forward for hiring. I think we need to move on that action item.
Thank you, Ms. Connie. Marcia, and then
I was
Joanne.
just going to say, the procedure itself, maybe we can determine that later, but the like amount of days that we're gonna post a job, that's 101. Like, how many days are we posting the job? Like, so to say it's really that we do that after the posting goes up doesn't make any sense to me. Like, are we posting it for 5 days, 10 days? Like, that's something you do upfront, not after. I think that's a very reasonable question, is how many days are we posting it? So to say we don't know how many days, where we won't know until after we see what we have coming in, that I don't agree with that. I mean,
What's that? Oh, Dave, I don't want to go to order, but I do have an answer for that question, but go ahead, Ms. Panola. We,
that-
we talked about it last month, we said 5 days and, I mean, yeah, we didn't.
We never voted on it, and it's not on this agenda, so we cannot address it.
Issues going on. There's two different issues on that. Internal posting has a 15-day rule by the union. I have it on good word that the union will waive that waiver. I will waive that and make it 5. I was told by Ms. Ramsey that RIDE makes us do it for 5 days. That's in their policy and procedures or state law. No?
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was more than a stage whisper, and I apologize for that.
No, I was told 5 days.
I agree with that. So I think as I informed the committee members, I did have the opportunity to, based on the discussion we had last time, and Mr. Chavez pointing out to me that on previous occasions when this district did an interim, it didn't post. I revisited and I responded to questions that night based on the facts before us, which is we had a vacancy in the position of superintendent because the incumbent had resigned, and what the requirements are when you have a vacancy. I did look at additional regulations. I did look for any rulings which are essentially responses by RIDE to the questions that are supposed to be in regs. They have called rulings. I couldn't find anything on point. I looked at what other districts have done that I could find in public records. Looked at meetings, looked for postings, looked at minutes. Because when I contacted RIDE, I wanted to have the conversation from an informed position, and I wanted the committee to be well informed. So ultimately, after conducting that diligence, I did speak with Lisa Fuhrer, the chief of the division of teaching and learning at RIDE. He explained to me, and I shared this with the committee, through writing to you, that RIDE requires the committee to post for the position of an interim superintendent in the event the committee chooses a candidate that would need an emergency certification. He explained to me that although the usual posting period RIDE requires is 30 days, which is what I was seeing when I looked in the regs, that RIDE would accept for this posting a 5-day posting period. So that comes from the chief of the division of teaching and learning at RIDE, and I shared that with the committee. That's where that 5-day posting period comes from. That's the source. Not the rulings, not the reg, and directly from the chief of that division.
Okay.
He also explained that the committee can appoint interim superintendent with a current certification. This goes to Mr. Chavan's point from the last meeting, that the committee may appoint interim superintendent with a current certification without posting for the position. Now, the conversation is actually much longer than that. I can tell you the rationale that you shared with me for those positions, but I thought those were the key points that address the questions that the committee raised during its discussion.
Right. Mr. Conley, I think I see what the committee is also asking now. Part of, under a discussion action item, approval of intern superintendent posting. Can we now can we have it inside this discussion, how many days we post it?
We need to do it for a minimum of 5 days.
Right, but can I get that done? I'm hearing that some people are saying that we can't even talk about it. Is that what you said, Joanne?
Oh, I'm sorry, the OMA question?
Yes.
Open Meetings Act question?
Yeah.
No, it says the agenda is for approval of a posting, so I don't think that you would violate the Open Meetings Act if you approved it for a specific period of time.
It's on the
I think
posting.
that's well within your ability to do this, if you choose to do it.
Okay, all right, good.
Sorry, to answer your question.
No, no problem. I just want to make sure that's out there. Joanne, was that your question? I know, I have you. All right. All right. Aaron, did you have a discussion?
At this point, I would just say that if someone wants to amend the original motion, that is to approve the job posting. We've made one amendment to the posting and then add a number of days to it. We can see if that motion passes. So I will move that we post it for 10 days. And just because unless I'm hearing an indication that we are having a special meeting, 10 days from today is we would post it tomorrow. 10 days from today is the 14th. And that would give us time before the next meeting to open the application. So like I said, unless someone is going to indicate that we're having a special meeting to do this in 5 days' time, I don't understand why we would artificially shorten the time just because we want to have them all in. I don't know. I need to hear the logic. That's my motion, that we would post for 10 days.
I'm looking at the calendar, that's what I was doing. I
Mhm.
don't think that was text or anything. I was looking at the week of the 10th through the 14th. Because if we post it for 5 days, that gives them all next week.
Mhm.
for
And-
5 days,
And then a special meeting,
and then a special meeting between the 10th and 14th.
April
Um,
vacation.
No, I'm good.
I'm not going anywhere.
But that- that's-
other-
that's
but
what-
this-
this is the-
Yeah. Yeah. That's April vacation, but
Is everybody around?
Vacation.
I'm not available.
All right.
So can I ask you a question?
Of course,
So,
as long as it's on the
well,
post.
this is the thing. Like I said, do we really want to just like rush this? We were saying how important it is to have someone come in and we supposedly have all these important things coming up. We want to make sure we have the right person. And now we're gonna have special meetings. We're gonna cut down our time on getting applications in. Like, when do we need to have someone in place for this? I don't even know when we need to have someone in place for this, so April's to Saturday, so April.
No, I
fir-
don't want to use that because it's a personal question and we actually know that answer.
I don't know it.
We know, I wasn't even at the meetings and we know that the superintendent.
Me and Masha were at the meeting. I don't know when she's going out. She didn't say it at the date. She didn't say that at the meeting.
If only if you feel comfortable answering, I thought you did.
No, not today.
It is the end of April.
Motion on the table. Oh, go ahead. There was no, that's why I was gonna announce but. All right. But Jay, do you have something else before we go on to the motion, the amended motion for the amount of days? Yep, I got it down as 10. Yep. After the discussion of, all right, there's a motion on the table, seconded by Ms. Bonolo, to have the job posting for the intern superintendent for 10 days. Any discussion? That's what I have a question about that. Is that 10 calendar days? There's no law or rule against that. So if we get it out there tomorrow, April 10th. All right. We still have a special. All right, April 10th, April 10th. Well, 10 days. Clerk, please call the roll on this motion.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant.
Yes.
Mr. Shallow.
Yes. Back to the original motion that as amended about the posting, Mr. Shavin.
And if we, I don't know who would know the answer, but do retired superintendents have lifetime certification? Or if we're saying in the posting it, they have to be certified superintendents, and then we're going to look for retirees, what happens if a retire? Are we gonna get into a situation where we have a retiree we offer a position to, and they have to go obtain an emergency cert, or how, I just,
So my certification is up, in August of every so many years.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether or not I'm working, I would carry that certification until I renewed it or.
but you're not retired though.
No, but it doesn't end with your retirement, I don't believe.
That's-
If you still carry a certification
They just,
until the
they
end
renew
date.
it even though they
Yes.
retired?
Yeah.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay. Yeah, no, no.
That'd be like a nurse,
Thank you.
why would you get certificate?
Any other question, any other discussion? I'm posting this Pawtucket intern superintendent job for 10 days as amended. Great debate, honestly. That's good. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Did you say it? Ms. Grant. Mr. Shallow.
Yes. Thank you, guys. That was good, and I should have gave that earlier. Okay, I need a motion to approve the previous minutes of. Wait, what? Okay, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting minutes of February 14th. Approve, motion by Ms. Benoit, second by Ms. Doobie. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed. All right. Under new business, we're gonna go with FY. Melissa, you can't leave. I thought you were running. FY 24 budget.
Yeah, it's the actual budget, but. Hold on, can I see? And Hirsch is gonna be my screen changer. Slide changer, whatever you call it. Oh, you could talk from there. You have a mic. I'm good. Okay. Ron, did you get you got one? Oh, thanks, Lee. Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Here we are again, another budget season. Yay. I'll be happy when this week is over. The superintendent, Mrs. Ramsey and myself, once, we worked with, various staff on creating the budget, we put together a presentation. The presentation follows previous years. There's just a couple of changes because, there's many of you are new on the committee, so we hadn't had a, 101 costs, but that I would have spoken about, the budget and the funding formula. So I thought it might be helpful to put it in a couple of slides. And then, Hirsch, can you flip, please? So the budget development process. The process for developing the budget is that we evaluate and prioritize the district needs for optimal programs. The departments and the schools prepare projected enrollments and program costs. We make a presentation to the school committee, which is this evening. There is a submission to the mayor for consideration once the school committee does approve a budget. And then after the mayor's consideration, it then goes to city council for whatever he considers to put into the budget as part of the city budget. And then during the summer, we review and adjust for position moves, retirements, new cost information, and adjusted final state aid. So right now, we have our preliminary numbers of the governor's recommended aid.
And you'll see her, the next slide, please. You'll see, as we go through this, presentation, that there has been some changes to the factors in the funding formula, but none of that has been finalized. So we also don't have all of our costing information renewals for property liability and things like that. So some general comments, the funding sources, the governor's recommended FY24 budget is a reduction of 1.3 million from the FY23 enacted state aid. The FY24 state aid calculation includes changed factors from previous year's funding formula. Categorical funding consists of group home aid, multilingual learner aid, high cost special education. And then there's also a categorical of non-public transportation offset, which is not recognized as revenue, but taken as a credit on invoices from our statewide transportation. And then we move on, and I'll let Mrs. Ramsey talk about this, but the impacts on education. In general, the enrollment continues to decrease here in Pawtucket. We're not alone. The entire state is feeling the decreases. Very few districts are seeing increased enrollment. Maybe East Providence because they have the brand new high school. Staffing shortages continue across the United States. And one very important thing, that the ESSA funding sunsets soon after the FY24 school year. So I'll let Mrs. Ramsey share a few words about the impacts on education.
So in talking about the process, Melissa indicated that we spoke to all stakeholders, we spoke to school, we spoke to district departments, and we talked about the projections for their individual schools based on class size, based on service to students. Because our enrollment continues to decrease, we've had to make some adjustments to the staffing in each school. That's not unlike things that we do every single year, but we've had some unusual decreases in terms of student enrollment. Staffing shortages are also a challenge, but with the decreased enrollments, we will continue to try to fill those staffing shortages. The ESSER funds were put into place so we can mitigate or fill learning gaps and to help promote student learning based on the impacts of the pandemic. Some positions were put into ESSER and they can stay, but we have to start thinking about ways that we have to bring them into the local budget. So there needs to be a little bit of a balancing act, because some of those positions, if they're making tremendous inroads, which some of them are very beneficial, some of the mitigation strategies are very beneficial to our student learners, we would have to figure out how to put them into the local budget. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. So we have to really think about the positions that are held in ESSA and how to bring them back and balance that with the enrollment, the decreasing enrollment.
Okay, Hirsch. Okay, this slide is a little bit, actually, I think it's new. The key components of the Rhode Island education funding formula with FY24 governor recommended changes. I know it's small print, but I'm going to read it for you. And I'll be happy to share later. So a core instruction amount, it's derived from a market basket approach that adequately funds student instructional needs as described in the basic education plan, otherwise known as the BEP. An amount derived from a regional average of the NCES expenditure data and applied to the pre-K-12 resident average daily membership. In FY23, that core instruction amount was $11,050. In FY24, it has increased to $11,876. So you might think that, okay, per pupil cost for core instruction is $11,876, but there's a factor. We do not get 100% of that $11,876. There's other factors that play into the funding formula. So the next, the bullet point is a student success factor that provides additional funding to support student needs beyond the core services with the ultimate goal of closing student achievement gaps. 42% of core instruction applied to the pre-K direct certification students. And then in red, it says this process has changed from previous year's funding where it was free and reduced eligible students with a 40% success factor of the core instruction. So that's one of the changes that the governor's appointed team had come up with to change inside the funding formula. Again, it's only a recommendation. They were charged with coming up with some changes in the funding formula, and that is one of them, but we have not yet heard if it's going to pass. A state share ratio that considers a district's revenue generating capacity and concentration of at-risk students uses a quadratic mean average of the current state share ratio called an equalized weighted assessed valuation, E-WAVE, and district's percent of direct certified students with the 1.6 factor. Again, this area of the funding formula was changed this year. The process has changed from previous years of funding just free and reduced eligible students. That factor in 2023 was 79.8%. We have been seeing a decline. I think at one point when I was here, it was probably somewhere around 84%. And this year for FY24, it's 77%. So this represents a 2.8% decrease from the state to Pawtucket schools. So what it's telling me, what that says to us is that that decrease is the representation of how much of a share of that 11,876 core instruction. And the second bullet point, when they talk about the gap percentage, that share is going down by 2.8%. So if you were to have one student, you'd have 11,876, and you would multiply that by 0.77. That is how much for core instruction that you're given per student. And then if they fall into the factor with the poverty, again, this actually is reduced because it used to be multiplied by 0.4. It increased to 0.42, but now your factor is 77 instead of the 79.8. So again, that number goes down. So in that realm, we're losing tons of aid for that. Just on that first calculation of the 11,876, with the number of students from 79 to the 77, or the 79.8 to the 77, was like $2.6 million down. Just that section of the funding formula. So the above changes result in a loss of aid to Pawtucket. The governor's recommended aid for any district that resulted in a loss of state aid from FY23 will receive a one-time temporary enrollment assistance. For Pawtucket, that number is approximately $2.18 million. So again, over the past few years with the pandemic, they have made every district in the state of Rhode Island whole back to March of 2020. And now, again, we're all struggling because enrollment has dropped and now the reality sets in. And so they're going to give us yet another one-time enrollment of 2.1. Yes, we'll take it, but it's really going to be hard next year when that one-time enrollment is not there anymore. Are they going to come up with something else? Categorical funding is outside the funding formula. This is based off different measurements and calculations. We have the multilingual learner, as I mentioned before, the transportation offset, and high cost special ed. They change annually. Any questions?
What is the decrease in students from last year to this year?
So I think a couple slides out, I think we show, let me see, hold on. I had a calculation. I think we have a couple of hundred students that were down. Plus we lost in our direct cert isn't decreasing. Hold on. I had that number here. Let's see, it could be at the end.
Debriefed, I don't know that it's here.
We were just talking,
We spoke about it. so
yeah, maybe I
it's-
did not put it on the screen. It was a difference, let me see, we had, the funding formula, on the prelim is about 8,003 students. I believe we had 8,300 last year, Hirsch, maybe, something like that, 8,334. Yeah. and since the pandemic. Okay, thank
Right,
you
but
both.
But for budget purposes, we're talking about budget last year's versus this year, right? So 300 students 3 years ago, I think.
No,
we've
no,
already-
300 from last year, because
Right, but we've already factored in, I think the decrease is, or at least for me, it's relative last year to this year. So if that's 200 students, is that what we're saying it is?
it's between 200 and 300. I want to say we got it's 8,003. And I want to say 297, maybe 294, something like that. I will confirm it for you, writing that note down. We did talk about it today. I want to say 297, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But to Mr. Charbonneau's point, don't both years matter because didn't they freeze our enrollment? I thought that they
Yeah.
like used our previous enrollment from like before the pandemic.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that we have a significant loss of grossly, when you just look at
Because-
last year's general aid to this year's general aid, like over $4 million, because they took our March of 2020
Yeah.
and gave it to us in for the 21 year, that they gave it to us in 22 and 23. So for 2 years, they froze it back.
To 2020. So it's really, because that's what I was saying, like, so it's not just the students we lost in 1 year, it's they kept on freezing us. They froze us 2 years. in a
Right, so
row.
you're right, Mr. Charbonneau was correct. It's from the pandemic, but again, the factor of the pre-K kids that we added additional,
Okay.
those are now in too. So it comes out to like 297. I think that was the number that I compared to of what they were giving us aid on. Plus, we also have to factor in there that each year, if there's open new charter schools or new grades added to the charter school or new high schools being built like East Providence, we lose, they have projections that they take out of our state aid. They take that projection out. So if we're going to lose 20 kids, they'll reduce our aid by those 20 additional students
And then,
or ADM.
but as you said to Mr. Charbonneau as well, the direct cert number also has gone down. So
Mhm.
that basically means few of our students are in poverty in the direct cert categorization. Direct cert means they directly
Yeah,
qualify
they
for
receive,
state aid.
they
Yes.
receive, state funding, or some sort of, support from the state, correct?
And
That's
that
direct
part has also
certified.
gone down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen a significant increase in that. And I don't know, I'm not sure that, maybe it just so happens that our decrease happened to be poverty. I don't know, but we have, and Hirsch, you agree too, we see that the files come from the Department of Health and the numbers are decreased. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so the state aid, including the categorical funding is projected. Now, this will track in what's in the detailed document that I passed out and is in your binder actually and passed out to the public. The state aid, including the categorical funded, is projected to be 97,600,000 or 72.9% of our budget. So we have almost 73% of our entire budget being funded by the state. The FY24 budget recommended by the governor includes some different funding calculation, which at this date, as I previously mentioned, we are unsure of the final approved state aid with these calculations. In addition, Pawtucket's decreased enrollment and above changes has impacted the district negatively, and as the one-time assistance, the state included the 2.18 million. The decrease in enrollment and changes in demographics and funding calculations, the unadjusted funding formula change from FY23 was 4.6 million. So that's the gross number I was talking about, that formula change coupled with the decrease in enrollment or average daily membership added on to the difference in the calculation. We were kind of like the biggest loser, one of the biggest losers. City appropriation to be considered is 33,795,637 or 25.23% of the total budget. This includes an increase of 989,700 from the city's FY23 contribution, which is a 3.01% increase. Again, this is a request for your consideration this evening. And our miscellaneous revenue is projected to be 2,543,998 or 1.9% of our total. This revenue is derived from the Medicaid reimbursements and the JMW tuition. It's a little bit early at this point to project some of the Medicaid. Medicaid comes in all through the year, Medicaid reimbursements, but they tend to come in heavily later spring, June, and even some into July and August that we accrue back. So by the next meeting, we'll know if we'll be getting some additional Medicaid. And then I'm also waiting on next year's students for JMW. I think tryouts or auditions are soon. And once we determine who the Pawtucket students are, how many out of district students we take in, it has been steadily increasing with out of district students. So that's a help to the district because we receive the revenue from the sending district.
So can I ask you a question? In regards to the Medicaid reimbursement, aren't we just getting money? Isn't it just a wash? Because aren't we getting money back for items that we purchase?
Yeah, so what happens under the UCOA regulation,
Mm.
what you do is you budget full for your services in your special education budget. And for the things in services in the people and the staff that provide services that are eligible for the reimbursement, we get the revenue back. And so what they say is that even though it's a reimbursement to us, UCOA requires us to record it as revenue. So and just for facts of a flat number, if we have, 5 million in special ed services, and of that 5 million, I don't know, maybe 500,000 qualifies for reimbursement, we would get the reimbursement and it would go in the revenue bucket. So it offsets. So if we didn't have that Medicaid reimbursement, we have $1.2 million in Medicaid reimbursements that we get. We would have to find 1.2 million. Like if they took away the Medicaid program, we'd have to find 1.2 million in revenue to help offset some of the special education costs. UCOA requires us to gross up our cost and then show the reimbursements as revenue. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Next slide, please. Okay, charter and out of school, out of district CTE programs. So this year, it's actually a little bit lower, even though it's a huge number. It's a little bit lower. I believe last year's when I was changing the slide was like 750,000. So the 606,000 increase, it represents about 132 additional students when compared to the FY23 budget. The charter in state school tuition is currently $2,829 per student. So that's how much we contribute from our budget, which represents, and I call it, this is your share of the city's appropriation that we give to other districts. So another district who has a higher contribution from their city because they receive less from the state, they pay more. So Cranston could be paying 11,000 maybe for what we're paying 2,800 because it's like a flip flop. They're heavily funded by their city and less funded by the state. So with that being said, the rate is calculated pursuant to the Rhode Island General Law 16-7-25. I've included a 3% rate increase. They do not release the next year's numbers until sometime around the first week of June. So I put 3% in at $2,983 would be the per. So what they do is they take the per pupil, all of our expenditures, and then they calculate it based on data that's like maybe 2 years. It's 2 years old, so it'll be like 22's data. So that's what they do now. We get that in June. And then I'm sorry.
Just looking at it, the 606 increase. Can you walk me through the math there? So
Right.
it's representative of 132 additional students.
Yeah, plus all, how many we have, 1,800 out for the difference of the 3% increase.
All
I
right.
did 3%. So you have to multiply, you take 132 students at the new rate, and then you take all the 1,800 students that we had, and you have to multiply by the incremental difference.
By the 3% increase. So
Mhm.
that's what, that was my next question. We have 1,800 students.
Yeah, I think
currently?
it's somewhere around 1,800 students that we have sending out to charter and state schools. That's Davies, Blackstone Valley Prep, the Mayoral Academy, the Met School. East Providence High School, we used to have 4 students there. And when the new high school, just before the new high school was built, we ended up with something like 12 students. And now we have close to 40 students, I think, or 30 students, something like that. So we have a lot of students. When I first started in this district, in 2014, for the 15-year, I want to say we might have had 11, maybe 1,000 kids out, 1,100 kids out. Yeah. So I'll get the total counts for you. But we are losing the students. I mean, we have students in North Providence. We have students in Cumberland. We have students in Burrillville.
I'm good. The $600,000 increase for what almost reads like 132 students is what threw me off.
Yeah,
So-
I'm sorry. I didn't word that
I'm good.
properly. That was bad wording. I apologize. I should have been clearer. All right. Anyway, student transportation, we're experiencing a decrease. We have, it represents, in-district contractual increase in 5 buses reduced. The reduction is due to routing efficiencies. Our transportation director has worked closely with our first student contractor and has been able to ensure that we are filling up our buses to the best of their ability, ensuring that they're routing properly around our city. And then in addition, we moved 3 buses to the ESSA 3 grant for the Baldwin students going to the Pawtucket Annex. The reason we did that is because there's no supplanting, and we figured that let's move, we were trying to make some cuts and savings inside the local budget. And that's a temporary, and it's a good thing to put something that's temporary in there. We might be shy because Baldwin will not be ready when the grant runs out, but we really, it was really important for us to move a $98,000 bus times 3 out to the ESSER. So it helps the local budget a little bit. And then let's, on the flip side, statewide transportation, that fluctuates based on the percentage of shared usage based on estimates provided by the statewide office. The budget includes a decrease of 137,000. So it appears that some of the students that are out of district have been on, either they're not using the buses or they've been better able to match up with some other districts sharing the travel expense. One thing I will say that RIDE has increased the staff in that department. So I think that there's more eyes on it and they're doing a better job at ensuring that they're filling the seats and not having a bus go across, pick up one kid in Pawtucket, another kid in Central Falls, and then drive over to, Lincoln. And we're doing a 50-50 on a bus for 2 kids. So it's been, and I'm not saying that that's a true fact, but you hear people say, oh my God, I saw a bus today that had 2 students on it. Well, I mean, next slide.
Consideration busing fees for summer programs. Is
When
that
you,
all included in there?
yeah, so in other words, you mean for our ESY transportation and the days that we do that? Yes, that's all included in that number. Continue of operation, the impacts, special education and support services and tuition. So we've had an increase of about 114,000. It represents a decrease in various support services of 175,000. ESY contract services of 23,000 and a projected increase in out-of-district tuitions of 220 and PCA services of 80,000. That's how we arrive at, it's a little bit off because there's some other minor increases and decreases, but that's the majority of the change. The curriculum, we have 147,000 decrease. Again, this is due to ESSER and RIDE funding to support curriculum. So ESSER has been purchasing in ESSER, I want to say the first one, and then ESSER 2 and 3, we've had some curriculum licenses in those things. So, and I believe that RIDE was supporting us for iReady, and I'm not sure if that's now in ESSER or if RIDE is continuing to support that, but that was a savings. Facilities, we have 134,000 decrease related to a variety of costs, and some of the largest cost areas are, we did a $200,000 decrease in the transfers to the capital improvement reserve. keeping a reserve is something that RIDE recommends. However, it's also important that you keep, capital improvement, to maintain your other buildings in the district rather than just, but those are the first things that have to go. So that 200 decrease has left us with 50,000 for unexpected things that could pop up in our district and our older schools, that we would have to replace. So we did cut that 200,000 out.
200,000 out of where?
Out of the local budget, we keep a line that allows us to handle any unexpected events in some of the older buildings. And it was 250,000. We take that and we cut it out because we can't afford to put it in.
Separate and aside from the capital reserve.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, because the capital reserve has been mainly supporting the initiatives that the school committee have been taking advantage of with RIDE programs and supporting the teachers and things like that. And you'll see that on the next slide. So the next is 44,000 decrease in custodial supplies. The pandemic funding has helped with the inventory of such supplies. I think John hoards that right in his office. He has a wall over there. I go over there and I'm like, where did these boxes come from? So he's been able to use some of that money that we did receive to help with cleaning for the pandemic, and he's able to cut 44,000. So we have a 53,000 increase in property liability insurance. That's including a 10% estimated increase because rates are not yet available. I don't expect them probably for another 4 to 6 weeks. $25,000 increase in environmental services and testing. The majority is the add of the state report that's due every 3 years. So each year, John has testing, environmental testing and services that are required, but every 3 years, there's a state report that costs roughly, the last time he did it 3 years ago, it was $20,000. So he put in $25,000. He doesn't yet have the price. He has to go out to bid, or he has to get pricing from the NPA. Next slide, please. So the salaries in benefits section of our budget, as you all know, makes up a majority of the budget itself. You know, there's a lot of people that work here in Pawtucket. We have, you know, we're one of the larger districts. So there's an increase of 468,000 in the salaries, grouping lines in all areas of salaries, whether it be certified, non-certified, administrator. And this increases for contractual obligations and or projections offset by any reductions in FTEs and anticipated breakage for staff turnover, including possible retirements. And then the health and dental insurance, this is a big decrease for us. The decrease includes breakage due to staff turnover, a reduction in FTEs, a reduction in eligible retirees. So when retirees, and I think a few years back, I kind of said the wrong thing, but it's when retirees age out, reach age 65. It's not when retirees are no longer here. It's when they reach age 65, they're eligible for Medicaid, and the district no longer provides health insurance. So we've had and long-term placement for coverage employer. That is like when we have long-term people out and or somebody unexpected is out. In the past, we had like master subs, or we had, you know, long-term people that if they work more than, you know, the 30 hours, and depending on what type of position it is, we have to offer benefits under the Obamacare. So I took out, there was a couple of $200,000 that we had carried in that line, and we took it out. It wasn't necessary to carry it. We're seeing fewer and fewer because we can't even get staff anyway. So we're seeing fewer and fewer of that. So we took that out. Pensions contributions, FICA tax, 20,000 decrease. This represents the contractual salary obligations in the state employer rates with minimal change. So the state employer contributions have been pretty flat this year. There was one slight increase, I believe, on the non-certified side. I think the certified, the ERS had pretty much stayed the same. Not sure why. I thought I was expecting that we'd see a big increase, but that didn't happen. So that's a good thing for us. And then workers' compensation, 44,000 estimated increase planned, again, at approximately 10% of renewal rates not yet released. So In addition to that, we also have a very old claim that was previous to when the district was self-insured a long time ago. I'm not really sure how long ago, but it was a real long time ago. And we do have a insured claim that we pay out that gets a 4% annual increase each year. And that is done by, there's an agreement on file that that's required. We did not have workers' comp insurance, so it's a self-claim. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can ask it now. I can wait. Go ahead.
No, ask.
No,
I didn't see.
what's the number of non-retiree FTEs that this budget reflects a reduction of? We,
Say that again. I'm sorry.
how many FTDs is this reduced by? Non-retiree FTEs?
Lisa, do you want to talk about your cuts? We reduced just in local now. We're just talking because we don't know our grant allocation. So just in the local, it was actually 13.
13 FTEs, and do we know where they land in is it 2 administrators, 5 teachers, 5 TA? Do we know the breakdown of what level and
We do. They are coming from the teachers at this point. We have other adjustments that aren't in local that are being cut, but this is local, and that would be coming from the teaching staff with the hopes of flipping other things back into grant allocations to give services, direct services to students.
okay.
And there is one in there too. Right, one right now that's in local. Okay, next slide. Investment in school building improvements. So the pandemic, as we know, that generated healthy surplus balances of the last 3 years. The COVID surplus allowed the school committee to fund the school bonds for 1 year in the amount of approximately $1.6 million. That was 2 years ago, right? 2. Well, it was nice words. It said, I love you. Okay. So anyway, the school committee established in 2015. They created a capital reserve fund which was highly recommended by RIDE, as I mentioned a couple of slides ago. The district surplus over the years were transferred to the capital reserve by a vote of the school committee. This fund has allowed PSD to invest in district school properties and to take advantage of school improvement programs offered by RIDE. In addition, some of the breakdowns are the SBA and the PAYGO initiatives, funded with capital reserves in the amount of $21.8 million awarded to Pawtucket over the last 6 years. This is separate from the most recent PAYGO that we just had. That was PAYGO that would go towards bond project. We use capital reserves to fund or contribute funding to swing space property, the St. Leo School, and then later on the rectory and church. The summer of 23, we'll be installing a 1.3 fully handicap accessible playground at the Curvin McCabe School location, informally called Everyone's Playground. Having that capital reserve has not all 1.3 is coming from the capital reserve. There's a CDBG grant, and there's also RIBEC funding that they have approved to move over to this project. In addition, last fall, we did $750,000 in all staff needs to improve or equip classrooms or spaces for health and well-being, as well as successful tools to support teaching. That was $750K. Again, if you didn't have a capital reserve, that wouldn't be able to happen. And the Facilities Equity Initiative for FY23 in lighting retrofit phase 2, minimum contributions that the district would not be able to take advantage of these initiatives if we did not have a capital reserve around. Yes.
750K did they use?
I just got a report, but I have, let me think. I've been doing the budget presentation, so I have like 200 emails that I haven't caught up on, but my controller sent me a report yesterday. I didn't open it yet. The last I checked, it was somewhere around 59%. 60, 59. So again, the orders are still coming in. But I will have that at the next meeting. I'll put it in my, update reports discussion. Yes,
Oh, the $10,000 that was given for the books that were
I almost
missing.
had that on there and I took it off. That's because that came from the local. That didn't come from the capital reserves. I put it on and I'm like, wait a minute. So that, the school committee voted to put $10,000 to each of the 6, new media centers. And that 10,000 was able to be provided from a savings in the curriculum department. We took out from, we hadn't known last year's budget, again, which we took it out this year. But we hadn't known in last year's budget that RIDE, was gonna, they were covering, iReady, or the grant was, and so we pulled it from there. We pulled 60,000,
So
and they're
then-
working on that stuff now.
But then at Winters, we had a stipend paid out, correct?
So at Winters, that was an actual vote that was out of, last year's local, that, we were paying somebody, a stipend, and, the librarian, and then we also, over the summer, they were, ordering books. That's done now. I think the vote was 50K. No, I can get that number. I think with the last time we looked at, they were up to, I don't know, I can't remember. I'm sorry, I had so many numbers in my head the past week. Okay, any more questions? So that's it. In front of you, you have the individual, budget document. Mr. Shalell had said to me that years ago, this document, the budget was ginormous, but I could only imagine that the papers that you were given were probably every account in the entire district, and we even have thousands and thousands more under UCOA. So I don't think that you'd really want to look at all that stuff. So the format is pretty rolled up. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm happy to walk through the document. I'm happy to have you guys review it over the next, till we have our next meeting, and take a group of questions, through the school committee clerk, if you would, so we're not violating any open meetings law. And then what we'll do is the same way I do RFPs, and we have a question period. When the questions come in, I label them, number them, put them all in, and then I put them all on a document, and everybody gets their responses. So, I'd be happy to do that. It's whatever the committee wishes. And again, I know that there's, a few of you that are new, so, all the questions you have, I will get you answers.
I just want to start out by saying thank you. I've been on this committee now for a long time, 8 years. And this presentation is always complete and thorough and easy to understand.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate the work that you put into it, because I know that you're explaining it in some things that you understand,
Mhm.
from years of experience, but the way that you explain it, I know I always walk away feeling like I understand the situation we're in. I understand the need. I understand, the assets, and the years when we've had nothing to ask, and the years we have something to ask. I always feel like I understand where that is coming from. So thank
So
you.
I appreciate the kind words, but I would be remiss if I didn't, mention that I have the team back at IDO that support me in doing this, and the automation that has happened, by members of my team. I couldn't do it without them, and I couldn't do it without the support of the superintendent and all the department heads and all the school principals. Everybody has worked really hard. Sometimes it's frustrating, but everybody has worked really hard with trying, to ensure that they're capturing everything. And no one's perfect, but we all work together. And so I do appreciate the kind words, but it's a whole team effort.
Mr. Charbonneau.
I just want to echo Ms. Doobie's comments, both for Melissa and Superintendent Ramsey. Listen, I get it. It was a difficult budget, and no question about having to make some tough cuts and tough choices. So I appreciate the work from the entire team that went in, but led by both of you in a difficult budget year, to be certain. Melissa, just so I'm clear, the ask of the city is 989,000?
Mhm.
Okay, and when do we expect that we would have a firm
Mhm.
answer one way or the other from the city. And the reason I ask that is because if we're also bringing in an interim superintendent, are we bringing somebody in to make $1 million worth of cuts to a budget that has already been, I would think, gone over fairly aggressively?
Do you want to answer that? Or would you like me to?
No, you can answer it, but if there's something that I want to add, I will. But
Okay. Okay, so right now the committee is just doing their first pass. It's not really, it is not sealed until the school committee votes on one at the next meeting. That's usually when. And then after the next meeting, we send it down to the mayor for his consideration. We can't share this document tomorrow. It's a public document. I'll be happy to send it to Janine and the mayor so that they're aware of what the ask is. I know that they, a lot of times when previous to it being, well, Janine too, because she does the budget, but when Joanna was there, they would call for the number that was in this document. I said, you gotta wait till I release the document. So I'll send this down to them tomorrow, but we'll wait for the school committee to make a final vote. We can make any changes you would like, because who knows, you may come up with something and say, hey, I need to put something else in, I need to take something else out, or I think you need to do better here. Whatever you want to do, we still have options to change. So it will go down as a draft so we can give some notice. And then I believe that they, there's a timeline for the budget. I think they go in front of the finance subcommittee sometime in May. And we'll know at that time if what the mayor considers to put in the budget, but then we need to go to the council, and usually they do that for a second week of June. Hirsch, do you know the date that is it in May? All right, I know one year it was late in June because the state was late, but it's in May, right? So it goes to finance subcommittee, and then, so once it's at the finance subcommittee, we would know if what the mayor is considered to put in for the school department.
Any committee members?
A copy of your recap.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, I will send it. I'll send it to the clerk in the morning and she'll share it with you, okay?
Superintendent, you have the floor.
So I actually wanted to add to what Melissa was saying and to let you know that I plan on, she's been amazing to work with in terms of A, teaching me, and B, well, I had to calm her down sometimes, but I was gonna say she calmed me down, but I don't really know that that was the case.
Today was my nervous day.
So the thing is, we really did work really hard in some of the creative ways that she began to think about things that we could move around, and the negotiation she made with some of the external stuff. I want to absolutely say that has been a phenomenal learning experience. But in terms of that, we've really developed a working relationship with regard to this budget. So assuming that this passes tonight for the first, and then goes to the second, and then we go to the city, and I will be in constant communication with Melissa, no matter where I am with regard to this. And I'm not just going to kind of jump off and not be part of this process with her.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion before we have, all right, I need a motion for first passage of the FY 2024 budget. Motion made by committee member Bonolo, seconded by committee member Doobie. Discussion? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonolo, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau, Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Shalal.
Yes, Melissa, great job.
And please send any questions through Diana, and then we'll lock them all together and I'll get them all responded for the next meeting.
Great process. Okay, new business, letter B.
Okay.
No, we moved to this, so, okay. So Fallon fire panel replacement. Go to you, Gavin.
Good evening. The fire panel at Fallon Elementary, even though a working panel has exceeded its life expectancy, we have had some issues with it over the last few months, leading me to decide on replacing the unit. We have received a proposal from contracted vendor National Security and Fire Alarm Systems for $83,020. The summer and fall of the coming year, Fallon Elementary will be receiving fire alarm upgrades. These upgrades include sprinklers, devices, and a fire panel. The current fire panel being presented tonight will be incorporated and used during this project. The engineer and designer of the fire upgrades has seen the panel specifications and has stated he has no objections to using this panel and has made it part of the current RFP going out to the possible vendors. This will be reimbursable because we will be making it part of the 234 capital, and it will be made part of the project that we're going to do anyway. My recommendation is to award National Security and Fire Alarm Systems with fire panel replacement for the sum of $83,020.
Motion on the floor by Ms. Bonolo, seconded by Ms. Grant. Discussion. We're going with national security.
They're my contracted vendor. Yes.
Oh, okay. Do they monitor?
Yes.
So they're on monitor?
Yes.
Because I know.
They also, they do fire alarm and they do security.
All right, good. Any other discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Bonolo, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau, Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant, Mr. Shalala.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let us see. Recommendation and approval to award contracts for services for healthcare administration. Melissa?
Before you this evening, I bring to you, a proposal, for recommendation from the Rhode Island, Interlocal Trust Health Collaborative. On February 15th, 2023, the school department and city reached out to two other Rhode Island-based healthcare purchasing collaborative vendors to request pricing proposals. Let me just jump back for a second, as some of you new members may not know. We currently belong to the Rhode Island Municipal Insurance Corporation. And that collaborative was started in 2009, and the Pawtucket city and school joined together in July of 2014. This renewal agreement for July 1. I'm sorry. Don't look at my thing. See how I was rushing? Skip that last two sentences in that first paragraph. After careful review of the two healthcare collaborative proposals, it was determined that the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust had been the best option package that is still self-administered with pooling of claims and a premium-based invoice. In addition, the trust offers dividends back to member groups when experienced claims are favorable. The proposal includes a 1.5% increase on the school's discounted medical working rate from FY23 and a 4.8% discount on the dental working rate, resulting in a net increase of 1.2 million. The annual premium presented, and you have the documents in front of you behind this sheet. The annual premium at the current year, this is both the employer and the employee share with the estimated enrollment that they used, that they got from Blue Cross, was 17,861,007. The cost proposal for the FY24 renewal with that 1.2 net increase, again, both the employer and the employee share, is 18,068,533. It should be noted that there are no changes in medical or dental plans moving to the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust. However, the pharmacy benefit manager will change to CVS Caremark from Prime Therapeutics. And that PSD has been with since January of 2017. So as with the last PBM change, members will be issued a new cards to reflect the correct PBM number. So back in 2017, we were with another prescription benefit manager, and new cards were issued. Due to the switch of the pharmacy benefit manager, Blue Cross will charge a one-time file fee of $10,000 to be split with the city. And leaving the RIMIC agreement is a one-time admin fee to cover the claims that will occur but not yet processed in FY24. This represents the IBNR, so incurred but not reported. And the cost for the school department is $37,720. At the same time, the Rhode Island Trust can offset this cost as a one-time credit at $8 per enrollee. So that would be your the person who carries, so the employee who carries it, and any dependents, they'll credit us towards paying off that, fee, $8 per enrollee, which is about 18,872. So net cost fees for this, switch to remove ourselves from RIMIC and the file fee for the change in the benefit, prescription benefit manager is, the net cost will be 23,848, which could be paid right out of the medical reserve. While the RIMIC group has been a positive experience with good claims experience and a healthy medical reserve, the RIMIC group is shrinking, and now would be the best time for budgeting purposes, that should say purpose, to switch to a premium-based price model. So what happens at the interlocal trust is that they are self-insured, but the claims are pooled together with all of their members. And they use those funds and they invest the monies, and then they give back dividends when it's favorable. And again, RIMIC is shrinking. I think RIMIC, when it was started in 2009, I was in another district, and I was a member and part of starting up that collaborative when they initiated it. And it was a group of mayors that put it together. And one of them was actually Governor McKee. He was in Cumberland at the time as the mayor. I think that there is not a lot, it is not a priority right now for the legal end of things for the person that manages that for us. And again, it's not anything, it's a self-insured collaborative. We do our own. The city has a consultant that looks at things for us, but we look at our claims ourselves. So with that being said, we've lost Cumberland Schools, we've lost the RIMIC group, we've lost Cumberland Schools, we've lost West Warwick. We possibly could be losing Woonsocket. We lost Lincoln Schools, could be losing the Lincoln Town next. They are all leaving the RIMIC and joining one of the other two collaborators. So the other collaborative is the WB. They too are well managed. However, their pricing proposal came in flat. But what I was concerned about is they are not, here's your price, you owe us no money at the end of the year. If your claims are short, you have to put into it. So I felt like if I'm going to do that, I'll just stay with RIMIC and we'll just continue to do what we've done. We've had some good claim years and built up a reserve. The other reason was that being flat and looking at the experience claims to date, we are currently running about 1.5 million ahead of last year's claims. And I'm not worried because we have a healthy reserve, and what we have been able to do is to discount the working rate that we contribute. And so the employer has saved money, taxpayer dollars, and then the employee too. So the most recent year that we're in, I took the working rates and I took a 6% discount. So employees are contributing 6% less, and then hoping to use some of the medical reserve because it was building up, and the purpose is to give back to who put in it. And who put in it? The employer and the employees. So again, when I got that proposal, while that program, the WB Health, is very good, I just felt a little uncomfortable with, hey, we're leaving you level funded, and I know that it was already a discounted rate, and I made that clear. So with that being said, the city also did an RFP for a consultant in case we did stay with RIMIC, and they had six people bid for consultant services, and they too are joining, leaving RIMIC and going and recommending. And I think I got a text before I came here that the city, the purchasing board had passed to join the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust. So just so you know, there is no penalty should we decide next year that this is not for us. There is no penalty to leave. There's just a notification of there's some dates. But again, if this is approved this evening, then I would have to get the contract, which I would then bring before you again. But if you vote to move, we can get moving with new cards and things like that. But I will get the contract and bring it to the next meeting.
I need a motion to approve by Ms. Bonolo, seconded by by Ms. Connie. Discussion? Mr. Charbonneau.
Just a question, Melissa. What is it that the trust offers so much better than Remick? I mean, we've had pretty good success with Remick.
Right. So what the trust does is they give you a price, and that's the price, whether you are over or under your claims, because they're in a big pool. They have a lot of members will be joining. I want to say they had 26,000. They have other member communities, not just schools and cities. They have libraries and things like that. Anybody that can fall under the trust membership. And so they have that big pool where they're able to have someone 100% of the time, like committed to watching, and they give you an analysis and things like that. So like I said, I mean, now is the time because we know the price. This is the price. So we know at the end of the year, if they messed up and our claims are short, we don't have to pay them a dime. We have been doing good. We did dip into last year's medical, but that was purposeful by me
Right.
because we're giving back to employees. But now that we are dipping into it again, now is the time that we're ahead of the game, that because we're going to have IBNR, meaning incurred but not reported yet. So for July and August, there'll be claims coming in that we'll still be paying out of that medical reserve. And so it will be depleting. It's not at zero, but it stays there. You can keep it there and choose to, keep your working rate. So if they give us a working rate, I'm making it up $5, we can say, we're going to pay them $4. We'll take some out of the medical reserve. This way it keeps it down. There's ways to still use up some of that reserve and give it back to the people who put into it, employees and employer.
I get that. What is the difference in Remick and the trust that makes the trust so I mean, if we were having problem after problem with Remick over the years, absolutely.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Remick's good, but it's dwindling. People, there are gonna be no members left, so there'll be nobody watching the house, basically. So
But-
if it doesn't exist, we can't be part of it.
Right, but if it's being messaged that Remick's no longer gonna exist, then it'll it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. We've had success with Remick, and I'm curious as to why we would make the shift now, all things being equal.
Mhm. Well, all things being equal is in a time of, it would make, it makes things easier that we have a flat fee that we know we're gonna pay. With Remick, we don't have that. We're just lucky because we have that medical reserve built up, but that eventually could run out. And if we don't have, they have large member pools and they're able to get rebate discounts. That's where you really save a lot of your money. We have to pay a consultant to do that right now for our pharmacy discounts. The city pays for it right now. So
I'm looking at it not so much. I get that it's a flat fee, but at some point, if any municipality, library, school has a major claim, the trust isn't gonna unload all of their assets to pay that. They're gonna take from the collective, correct?
correct. So what happens is they invest. They've been doing it for a number of years. They invest in, as a matter of fact, I actually just was appointed to the board recently, because it was a vacant slot. I tried once before, but it was filled previously, but they have investments that are watched over and handled by a board. So again, yes, if we too could have a claim that is going into a grouped pool. And that's the benefit that we have, is that they have this large pool of money that they're investing and earning. And I know it's not a good time right now with the investments, but they have the professionals that are dedicated to watching that daily. I watch my own claims, but I'm not in the pharmacy discounts. We pay a consultant to do that. So we won't be doing that anymore. And they earn a 6-figure salary from Blue Cross that is factored into our working rates.
With Remick now, do we have exposure to other districts? in
No.
The Remick, but we will if we move to the trust.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's essentially what premium-based pricing is all about, that you group together, correct?
Right.
Ms. Connie?
I don't know if you could speak to this, but is there a reason why other school districts are moving away from Remick? And
I think that.
is there like something that we should,
yeah,
be
so-
cautious of, or?
Well, again, Remick was formed in in 2009 with a group of mayors. All of that has now changed. It's been successful. I mean, I was a big advocate for it, in which I brought it here when I first got here. But like I said, there has not been a lot of participation. People don't, you have to have a board, you have to have functioning people who are vested into giving their time. You know, you go to board meetings and we're praying that people were going to have a quorum. I go there, I drive to the meeting and we're calling up people on the phone saying, come, because you can't take votes and do things if you don't have a quorum. So it's been a struggle. And so one by one, I'm seeing people leave because they feel like they're getting a better deal and they have an approach of a premium based with and they've gone to both. Some people have gone to WB. Cumberland, I believe, went to the WB because it was similar to the Remick thing. But again, at the end of the year, if they mess up,
So there's
they-
also a sense of security
in that it's a premium base, right? But Mr. Charbonneau is 100% correct. You now will be in a pool just like you are when you're a premium based, when you buy directly from Blue Cross. Years ago, municipalities and school departments, when I first got into municipal government, mostly everybody was premium based with their healthcare, almost everybody. But then it became too expensive because what was happening is they start rising up these prices to protect themselves. So again, with the trust, the way they lay that out is that they are watching it. They have a team of people that watch this and they meet with you quarterly and they're investing the funds that they're getting from all the different groups that belong as members.
And how often do we check in on how those investments are going? And do we have an opportunity to say, you know, we have concerns about some of the investments?
Correct. You absolutely do. As a member, you have concerns. I believe that I asked the question when the proposal was given that, you know, how often have you been given dividends? And they said, at least for the last 5 years, they have been able to give back some dividends that you either offset your premium or keep it in a pool for a reserve, for yourself, but you take it or they'll give you a check. So again, like I said, I mean, it's completely up to the committee. And what we did is we got separate proposals just in case, because we have two governing bodies. We did get a separate city and a separate school proposal. However, we did meet and talk and discuss together about this. So they were initially planning to do that. And so then we said, let's explore both collaboratives rather than just exploring, one consultant or one collaborative.
Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonello, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau, Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant, Mr. Shalal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is approval to move forward with an RFP provided by Rhode Island Office of Energy Resources for a second round school lighting project.
Okay. If you recall, last year, I came before you and we were part of, it was part of facilities equity, but we were given, the award after our initial facilities, equity initiative. And so, with that, we were able to, do lighting retrofit in John 6 schools that we're doing now. So it's been pretty successful. It was 100% funded by the Office of Energy Resources and some rebates from National Grid. They reached out to us. We have a weekly meeting with them. They're a great bunch of people to work with. And of course, when they're giving you free lights, we're on board. With that being said, they have a second round and they're already talking about a third round, only the third round is not lighting. The third round is boilers, heaters and things like that. So we're hoping to participate in that. So the one difference is that I brought this before you, I believe last month, and I was telling you that it was part of the FEI 2023. So the only difference is that in that is we had gotten 100% funding back for this first phase. The second phase, they're going to do 100% funding. However, what they would ask for a district commitment is to commit to any change orders. Now, again, change orders, the change orders are a little bit higher in this first round because there was a determination of the light fixtures and then they were on a long lead time, longer than expected. And so the work had to begin and had to be done second shift. So there was a change order for that. That will not happen this time because we are going to ensure that the pricing comes in with a second shift pricing. So as long as we get the contract approved by the Office of Energy Resource, then we would only be responsible for change orders. Change orders are things like, John, what's an example of a change order we had? We had one of the lights get undone and there was something, So I would think the change orders would be anywhere from maybe 5, maybe 8 to 12% of the entire project. And the entire project's like 800,000.
To approve? No, I need a motion to approve. Motion approved by Committee Dewey, seconded by Ms. Connie. Discussion? Any discussion? I have one. Give me what could possibly be a change order, not the whole list. What can happen on this project?
John, just like
Just real-
the one that he took out the ballast and what happened, there was
All right. Right.
yeah,
And-
79,000.
So that was all ironed out, that type of stuff. They sized up the job and we looked at the. All right,
Yeah, the state paid for everything 100%, but they're just asking us this time that they lock in and commit to the money so that they can already move on. What they said was, is it's not that they didn't want to, they want to be able to move into the next phase. They know how much money they have left. So,
okay.
they're asking us to cover,
And
which
so-
is a small fee, I guess, compared to what we're doing and putting in the appropriate lighting.
All right, any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonillo, Ms. Carney,
Yeah.
Mr. Shabano. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. All right, thank you. Next item. Authorization for the Superintendent Search Committee to use additional funds up to $5,500 to conduct additional outreach to obtain competitive pool of superintendent candidates should the committee determine it is necessary to do so at its meeting of April 4th, 2023. Committee Member Doobie.
Apologize for the length of that. I wanted to make sure with legal that we had it worded exactly correctly. So this is the situation. As I said at the last meeting, the intention is that for the, that our superintendent search committee will bring a recommendation to this committee for the May 9th meeting. That is our objective. That recommendation, we are hoping will be at least 2, possibly 3 highly, qualified candidates that this committee can then decide between. So that is the objective. The as I said at the last meeting, the job was posted on March 16th with a closing date of April 14th. On April 4th, the Superintendent Search Committee is going to open what has been received so far. At that point, the job will have been posted for 19 days. I haven't opened them. I have no understanding if whether there will be any need to do additional outreach. This is not because I'm concerned. This is not because I've been looking through the pool. Those that have been received on School Spring, they have dates that will be sent to the person if they're opened. I haven't opened them. We will open them in executive session as a search committee and look at them. At that meeting on April 4th, we will specifically look, how many do we have that are meeting all of the qualifications that we have put forward? That we said we are looking for in a candidate. Are we building up what is going to be a competitive pool that we can decide between? Or do we open up the applications and say, there's no one here, or there's one person here? We only have 10 days left of this posting. So at that meeting on April 4th, after we open them, we will then have a discussion as a committee and take a vote about whether at this point we believe additional outreach is needed. That vote is going to happen regardless of what happens here. The reason I ended up reaching out to the chair and putting it on this agenda was because if that subcommittee votes in favor, we would then have to wait, like I said, Passover, Easter, April vacation, we would then have to wait until April 18th to come to this body to actually get the approval and then move forward. The number 5,500 was that we wouldn't be looking to do NESDEC, which is where we would look to do additional outreach, offers multiple different services, up to about $20,000 to essentially do an entire superintendent search and, and consult on the interviews. We would just be looking to use their posting services, which can run between $3,500 and $5,500, depending on the size of the district. We would actually have to go to them and ask for a quote. It's not like a set price. So based on the size of the district. So like I said, that vote will happen on April 4th. I'm not sure how the opening of the applications will go or how the vote will go. But in the case that it does go, that the superintendent search committee believes additional outreach is needed, I would want to get that additional outreach on April 5th immediately, and then use the next 10 days with additional outreach and the posting to try to stay on the same schedule, in which case on the 17th, we would be looking at the full pool of applicants. And once again, moving to a May 9th presentation to this committee, May 25th at the latest. So that is the full situation. Like I said, it is in the case that we vote in favor, we would begin immediately.
Motion to approve? Motion approved by Ms. Bonolo, seconded by Ms. Grant. Discussion. Ms. Bonolo.
Will you still be running School Spring concurrently if you have to go to NESDEC?
Yes, so the school spring posting is until April 14th. As I said, this committee has to understand that I'm not saying that we're opening all the applications on April 4th. We're opening the applications that have been received. So I scheduled this meeting to do a check-in, to not wait the full 30 days, to say, okay, 2/3 of the way through, what are we looking at here? Are we concerned that in 10 days, we're going to be looking at one candidate, two candidates, and really not a lot or no candidates? Are we concerned? So like I said, that committee will decide whether they feel we are concerned and that we would move forward, but we wouldn't then cancel the school spring posting. The school spring posting would still go to the 14th. And quite honestly, on the 17th, if both fall short, then we'll be here with a different conversation. But I do want to ideally have it so that we have decisions made in May and we can begin negotiations with a potential candidate in June and hit that June 30th deadline that we've had in mind.
Mr. Sherman.
The posting went up,
16th?
let me just check my calendar. It was a day after the meeting. So,
Okay.
it was the 16th,
And,
March 16th.
and do we know to date how many people have applied?
I do not have that number. I do not have a number, to date. I don't know if,
Is there a
if-
number?
okay. I know it. Do you want to, legally, we can share that number?
Here's the number.
There's no names. Okay,
Okay.
okay. Ms. Liss? 8.
So we've had, okay,
Okay.
I'm good. I was just curious for my own, but yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Nope. Ms. Grant.
Besides School Spring, was there any other sources that you used?
Yeah, so we used the free sources that were available. So we used also Indeed. So we use the things that the school district already has agreements with to use. And
So-
internally, we posted it internally to the staff on March 20th. An email went out to all the staff.
Does the 8 include all of those? Or, okay,
Oh, but it could be more.
so there could be.
Who's monitoring the,
I don't have access to.
who has Indeed?
Ms. Rabbit, do you have access to Indeed? Are there any that are there on Indeed?
School Spring actually also after about 3 days, School Spring, everything on School Spring goes over to Indeed.
Okay.
So far on Indeed, no, we do not.
Okay.
But I don't have it, the honest, I haven't checked. I haven't checked it out. So I'll do it on the second.
And should this pass, I will be sure that the day after that an informational email is sent out to the full committee. And just saying whether or not that vote was taken. Like I said, if it is passed.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Manolo. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. New item letter F 234 MOA amendment number 4, approval to submit to RIDE.
Okay, so typically we bring these, the RIDE MOA adjustment amendments after RIDE approves because we adjust the numbers based on the projects and, you know, as the bids come in, the prices are firm, we do adjustments so we can maximize the approval. The reason we're bringing this forward to you today before going to RIDE is we wanted to explain the majority of the reallocation of funds of approximately $6 million. It's important that everyone understands we're removing it from Tolman and putting it to the other locations that are needed, but not using the bond. There is no bond spend that would be coming out of capital. So does that make sense? So again, we typically don't, but in this instance, we don't want anyone to think that we're spending bond funds because we don't have permission to spend bond funds on other than Shea, Tolman, Baldwin, Winters. So with that being said, the district-wide improvements that we are doing were some projects that, again, early on, we had old approvals and we were maximizing them. So some of the things that were already done, we moved them over to some older approvals. We know we're not going to renovate Tolman because we're moving forward with the unified high school. So we want to use that approval so we can get some of the projects done. The majority is like the fire code. It's $500,000 for the Shea, and we're paying this out of capital. That was the masonry project that you all voted on to ensure that we fix the bricks at the top of the roof. So that's the only reason we wanted to bring this forward first before we send the allocation to RIDE.
Motion to approve. Ms. Grant, motion. Seconded by Ms. Manolo. Discussion, Ms. Grant.
So you just mentioned that, you know, we're not going to renovate Tolman. We're not going to do a remodel of Tolman, but I thought in December, when we were talking about the letter from NESDEC, is it NESDEC? NEAS, that the previous superintendent told us that we were probably going to get a letter from them, just like we received from Shea. And that we were probably going to have to do some work over there before the new new unified high school. So
I'm not aware of the letter. It has, if we have received one, no one has shared it with me. The only letter that I'm aware of is the Shea NEAS letter. I knew that there was going to be a letter, but if someone has it, please let me know because I'm unaware of it. And then the second thing is that the amount that we're moving from Tolman is about $6 million for approval. Again, don't forget that the voter bond is there. If, let's just say for whatever reason, we change our minds and we're keeping Tolman and not doing a unified high school, we're not touching the bond, we would just put it on our new stage 2 approval as some district-wide repairs, and we would include Tolman in there, or we would reallocate some money from a future approval, because anytime you do an approval with RIDE, you always want to do a district-wide line, because when projects or funding comes up that RIDE's going to match, and you happen to be a district who has a capital reserve fund, you want to be able to take advantage. If you are like some districts out there, you cannot take advantage of FEI or other health and safety things, except if it's 500,000 or less. That's called for emergency repairs. So again, we're getting ready to do a new stage 2. As part of that, I would recommend that we add some approvals district-wide and figure out if we want to add projects. So all we're doing is asking to move 6 million of approval. And at that point, I believe by the time that number, I mean, we're having trouble with the Baldwin number. I can only imagine what the Tolman number is going to be like if we were to change our minds and renovate Tolman. We're only asking to move the approval. The reason we're doing it is because it's fire code upgrade, and the fire code, what do you call that? Master plan plan of action, sorry. That plan of action has to be done by 25, which means that, again, if we wanted to, we need to get those things moving in approval by RIDE, or we can't do those projects, then we could ultimately fail to meet the plan of action deadline. And if we want, we can put Tolman in the stage 2 as a additional, but again, that's only if we have permission to use the bond, because that was the intended use.
Well, that was gonna be my next question. I'm not aware of the bond even being approved for the other school, use of the other school yet. So if we did get a letter this year from, I forget the name again, and Tolman does need to have repairs.
Oh, NEASC.
NEASC.
Sorry.
And we have a deadline in 24.
Yep.
Where would we get the funds to make those repairs? And I'm saying if we don't have approval
Mhm.
to use the bond, because it's been 4 months and we still haven't received as a school committee any commitment about, or any word about the bond.
So
For
as
the
I
other
understand it,
school.
we're moving forward. We're doing the projects. We're committing to them. As I understand, am I right, Superintendent?
Yes, we did receive a letter from the city indicating that we would talk about the details that was sent to the committee.
It's on the agenda.
And
Oh, okay.
so to your point though about Tolman, we did not receive a letter from the ask.
Yeah, I don't have a
Tolman.
letter.
But I am going to look at where that is, to be honest.
So if I
We have
recall,
not.
you are right, Mrs. Grant. I do recall the last I understood it, they were going back because they had to go back for something. We were going to get a summary, but then October's when we should expect something, but we were supposed to, they were going back like a few weeks after, I think and did they go back?
They
'Cause
did.
All right. Because we had a conversation about, you and I had a call with NEAS, right? We had a call with NEAS about Shay.
About Shay.
Right. Because we were nervous and, looking at the list. So that was when I last heard anything about Tolman, and they were gonna visit and then we would get a letter, but I thought that wasn't for a while. I could be wrong.
I'm going to look into it.
Okay, all right.
And I'll report back.
Yeah, and so if I may continue though, to Mrs. Grant's point, we're only moving 6 million of the Tolman has 52 million in it. So again, in order to get those fire code upgrades, we need to get some approval under the other schools that need the fire code upgrade. So that's the reason we're bringing it first. So again, it still has to go to RIDE to get approved. And again, we typically do that first, then come to you for your approval. But I wanted everyone to know that before they saw something going out like this, that we aren't asking to use the bond. We're asking to move approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Shavin.
No, I get, I was okay, but you saying what you did. My question now is, why aren't we using the bond?
Well, it's not going to Tolman.
Well, no. Why aren't we using the Shea, if it's Shea, part of it is the Shea restabilization masonry project that we did.
Right, you voted to use capital for that. You guys took a vote already to use capital for that. When you voted for it, because we didn't know what the Shea status was, you guys voted on it. I don't remember when that vote was.
Okay, but so why is that in here? The additional projects to be funded are the Shea,
Just that 500,000 that you guys voted, you said to you, the vote said to use capital, so that's why. We're not putting it in the Tolman, it's not coming out of the Tolman, it's in the Shea line already, but we're not using bond for it. So those are some of the projects that we are doing, but it's not coming out of the Tolman line. The Tolman line is things like fire upgrades at Jenks, John. FEI 2, the Facilities Equity Initiative.
which encompasses what?
Go ahead, Gianna, the facility equity of the playgrounds. Yep. Cunningham, yeah.
But this says the additional projects to be funded with capital include FEI,
Mhm.
but,
Shea stabilization. You're gonna use capital for Shea stabilization
and the FEI,
and the FEI
and the fire action plan.
Yes. Mhm.
So why are we using all this capital if we have bond money available?
Because the bond was for Tolman and the bond was for Shea and the bond was for Winters and the bond was for Baldwin. So these are all other places except the Shea one, because that was voted. We didn't know we had access when we asked for the 10 million. Remember, we asked for the 10 million? That Shea masonry project was done way before. I think that was when early on, when that vote took place. So we're not using the bond because we have no permission to use it. And we can't wait to figure out if someone's gonna give permission, because again, the bond was to do renovations at Shea, Tolman, Baldwin, Winters, the new schools, right? So these are fire code stuff at Jenks or Slater or whatever.
Right,
Mhm.
but we're taking the money away from Tolman.
We're taking the approval, not the money, the
Right,
approval, yeah.
well, the approval, right.
Mhm, mhm. And we're gonna use our capital because we have capital, because this committee puts it in there, right? So that's all I'm saying. We'll get that back. We'll get the reimbursement back because you're paying for it cash, and that's how we reinvest in other projects. But we don't have bond approval to do fire code at Slater. We don't have any approval for that. These things didn't come up until after, the whole thing with, again, Shea and Tolman were thought to be fully renovated. So now that they're not going to be fully renovated, the fire plan has come up and it has to be complete by the 2025. Does that make sense? And if it doesn't, please, I'm not offended if you ask me more questions. Seriously. I want to be clear as I can, and
I don't understand. Why wouldn't we just pay it out of capital then and be done with it? Why are we moving approvals and shifting?
because RIDE doesn't let you pay it if you don't have it in your approval. So it's not in our approval. The fire stuff came up, it wasn't in here. And so we need to, if
The
you look,
masonry work's already done at Shea, isn't it? For the
No.
most part?
no, it's in process. I mean, that it was a small thing. We could actually do something because it was small, but we're getting the approval now to move it. I mean, the other stuff is not done, but it's work that needs to be done. And again, like I said, we typically go to RIDE with it, but we wanted to wait and bring it to the committee so that nobody would think we were using bond money to do this work. Like we were moving approval, and then we're gonna say we're gonna use the Tolman the Tolman bond to pay for other approvals. Does that make sense?
Go ahead. I'm done. Yeah, I'm good.
So I think the piece that is missing that
Mhm.
you kind of blipped in there, but it went by real fast.
Sure.
is you're using the 6 million.
Mhm.
Right?
6 million approval. Yeah, we're moving it.
But it will be reimbursed. We're doing the projects with capital,
Mm-hmm.
but the capital will be reimbursed with housing aid.
Mm-hmm. As everything else is. That's
As-
how we're able to do as many projects. Yeah.
So technically, we're not using the 6 million because we'll be getting a percentage of that back.
Correct,
much
but it
is
could
that?
take a year or two, depending on how big the project is. Like a $500,000 job that we're paying out of capital, we'll get the housing aid back. We'll get the percentage back, 83% back next October.
Okay, and how
Mhm.
much do we have in capital?
So in capital, we started the year at 7.8. We have 6.3 committed. We added a 3.5 of estimated surplus. And we have 2.3 encumbered of projects.
12.1.
Mm.
So we've got 12.1,
And we got 1.1 back in housing aid this year too, to add to that. Mhm.
13.2.
Mm.
Okay.
And again, all of these projects are gonna happen over the next couple of years, so again, RIDE recommends you having a capital to take care of these things that would otherwise have to be bonded or otherwise have to increase taxes, so, yeah. But again, we get the money back depending on the size of the project, so if it's 1.5 million, I think it takes 2 years to get your housing aid back equally.
Ms. Connie, you had a question?
Yeah. Are these all fire upgrades or?
No. So so this approval was representative, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can see Baldwin
Yep.
Winters, Shea, Tolman.
Yep.
Those are obviously the 2 renovations. And then what we did is we have what we call 25 million of district-wide repairs. And then we assign projects as they're going along and they allocate funding to them based on a budget. And then in that budget, as things, for instance, the fire code, when this was put together, the fire code was not in front of us, so that was not in here. And so that's why we come back with these allocation moves. We've done that with our $46 million approval. We just recently did, I think the $36 million approval had 6 reallocations due to job saving and things like that.
So Potter Burns, what is the 3.3 million going to for Potter Burns?
The envelope, that's the Potter envelope that we, the bricking and the.
Okay.
And again, that was something, I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that was something that wasn't afforded. It wasn't able to afford to fit when they did the renovation of the school. So the brick pointing was that, right?
And only, it's just such a, like a, a large gap between some of the budgets. So like Curvin with 36,000, and millions to
Mhm.
other schools.
So Curvin had a huge number in the last approval.
Okay.
How many was it? 7
Okay.
million?
Okay.
7 million. So again, there's multiple approvals. I'm happy to anytime share that with
So
you.
over the last few years, there might, like, the schools that aren't getting as much money for budgeted
Correct.
projects now probably received budgeted projects of larger.
Some
size
did,
the year
yeah.
before.
We haven't
Okay.
touched every single one with, we're,
Okay.
the
I was just
committee.
looking at the equity of it and some of
Absolutely.
it was like, well,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
I'll be happy to share that information because
Okay.
being new, member on it, you wouldn't know,
what was
all
previously
these other
approved.
things that we did. When I first came here, they were still working on Potter Burns and, Green. So
Okay.
again, there's been a couple of different approvals. So
Thank you.
happy to share that.
Any other discussion? With none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalala.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll come back. Fingers crossed once we have right approval.
Next item, recommendation to award the Curvin McCabe Everyone's Playground General Contractor.
Wonderful. Thank you. This is very exciting. This has been a process that started last summer. Last summer, there was a committee led by Ms. Grant and then Joanne Bonolo, myself, and Melissa Devine were on this committee to get it rolling. And we started that early, recognizing the lead times for this equipment, which is literally was in excess of 25 weeks. So we've worked really closely with the Gardner and Garish, which is landscape architects, to get to where we are. And the RFP went out for the general contractor, and we're here tonight to recommend the award. We were very pleased when the proposals came in, because they were both in earshot of actually being able to get the ad alternates on top of the actual base bid. So we're here tonight to recommend Colleagues recommends the award to go to Yard Works in the amount of $852,769.40. That number is the base amount as well as the 5 alternates. We have worked with them, talking about the different alternates and how the schedule would work and different options. So I'd like to run through the alternates with you so you understand what we're able to do. So the actual playground itself overall is about 14,000 square feet. The play area is about 10,000 square feet. So the bituminous concrete work that we're going to be able to add to the project is all the concrete beyond the play area that abuts the fence. And that was, to just do this beautiful playground and not have the concrete finished, it would have been a shame. So we were wonderfully surprised when it came in to the point where we were able to, the project was able to afford it. The second is there's a chain link fence that runs around the playground, so that will be repaired. And then there's 2 play poles that we're able to add into the design. And the actual layout of the soft surface has multiple colors in it, and there's gray circles that you'll see, and it's really for color, for pop. It creates a walking path for the children to jump from punches. So that was a really nice design element that we weren't sure we would be able to fit in there as well. The last one is there's a $23,000, I'll call it an allowance, because what it represents is night shift, and that is a night shift between 3:30 and 7:30. And there's a $500 a day surcharge for them to come in for just those 4 hours. And that number, we received that number to, so we had understood what was needed for the after school work. So the 23,000, if you divide that by 500, that's about 46 days. So the end date for the schedule of this particular project is August 11th, which is great. It gives us lots of time before school opens. And then so for punch list, I think the final deadline for the, final completion is the end of September, in case there's any lead time issues with something. All of the equipment is due in by the end of May. So fortunately, we started really early and we're in great shape. So the goal is, once we have the general contractor on board, we will meet with him, walk the site, work with facilities, work with the school, talk about where the kids will play, and really understand parking, work area, safety. But right now, we just want to get this Yard Works on board so we can start that process.
Motion approved by Ms. Grant, seconded by Ms. Bonolo. Discussion, Mr. Charbonneau.
Holly, a couple of things. 20,000 for chain link fence repair seems to be a very low number to me, based on the size of the fence that's there. And why wouldn't we be, if we're gonna spend this kind of money, why wouldn't we put up a new fence all the way around the place?
Budget.
Well, I mean,
A fence could cost a few $100,000. So the gate, the far gate that is relatively new, is fine. It's the
oh yeah, I've been by.
right.
My concern is
We can get that price if we'd like. I mean, we could totally do that.
I would like that.
Okay.
I'm tired of us always saying that it's the budget. If you bought $1 million house, you're not gonna leave your front yard all torn up. If we're gonna invest this money, we should absolutely price out a brand new fence around the perimeter of the entire play yard.
From where the gate is to come in all the way around to the sliding gate.
Right.
Okay, I will do that.
And then the concrete going out to the edge of the fence. Is there another option beyond that? Or I'm just worried from a graffiti standpoint, from a, and if we're gonna have young kids running around in the play yard, and then they transition from the play surface onto concrete, is there another option?
So the play surface is in the diagram, you'll see the color, and then it drops down to the outside where there's trees and all, and then it would go into the concrete. I don't know. I do know that the soft surface is incredibly expensive. It's one of the most expensive elements of this.
Yeah,
So other than concrete, it seems, which is the most durable and would last the longest. Again, I'd be more than happy to find out. We can find out if there's another option and see what that would cost.
and then finally, why are we pricing out night shift work?
Because there was a concern about having construction during the school day while the children are in the schools. So we priced it out. So there was a level of flexibility depending on what the needs were of the district.
But if we're planning to take receipt of the equipment in May,
Mhm.
are we saying that it's gonna take all the way to the end of August? Because we're only working 2 or 3 hours a night?
No, if they were to work from, if they were doing just 8-hour days, this shift, the schedule would start the day after Memorial Day, and they would be 8-hour shifts. And that's everything from excavating to earthwork to electrical to the playground. And we'll have a schedule and it'll tell us exactly what's going to happen for each of these period of times. But they were clear that they would need from, if they were 8-hour shifts, it would have to start right after Memorial Day and then finish August 11th. If they were the 4-hour shifts, they would have to start May 8th. That would be their start date. If they did 4-hour shifts from that point to the end of the school year, which is why you lose a few weeks. So there is an element that could be reviewed where looking at when is the most disruptive work? When do they do the demolition? When do they do the excavation? When do they do the earthwork? And what trucks are going to be there? And perhaps looking at it from that angle and deciding what works best.
Okay, so this 23,000 is really a not to exceed number.
Yes, it's literally, yes, I would love it. I mean, realistically, it's 46 days at $500 a day.
Right.
So,
okay.
Yeah,
And if they work 8 hours.
there's
9
no
to 5,
$500.
There's no $500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Grant.
Holly, I know, Mike Wilcox from the city has been working on this with us. And, I know Fallon had done a playground over there. When they did their playground over there, when did they do the work for that playground?
That's interesting you asked me that because Mike Wilcox had mentioned that the teachers there use this as a teaching for the older kids, the 4th and I guess 5th grade, I'm assuming. And they would come out and watch the whole process and they use it as a lesson in the class. I don't know if it happened at both Winters or Fallon, but he was saying how it was very cool for the workers because they were experiencing all these students watching the process.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, once you get the schedule, if you could share it with us, because I think we can really be flexible with that, depending on what type of work. The other thing I just want to say too, and this is just something to let the members know. This does sound like it's a very large playground, but I just want you to remember that when you do a playground with items for special needs students, the equipment's a lot larger. So some of the equipment is just for the swings are just typically, but there are a few items that the typical kids and the students in wheelchairs can do together. And then by state law, the laws, we have to have them kind of separated by so much. So in the actual playground itself, there will be room where the kids can still play within that area besides the 10,000 square feet on the side of it
Yes,
also.
there's also a couple, do you remember there's a pole with
Oh,
the
yeah,
basketball hoop
the
that's
basketball
outside, it's
thing.
actually outside of the play area and on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Right.
So, it's definitely something, but I know, but I think, I think at all of our schools, at some point, even winters, the kids are in the building and they're doing work. I think we kind of have to weigh the pros and cons of what's going on. We have to make sure that, we just kind of figure out a good schedule to have things going on. Because I think all of our schools this summer might have a little something going on.
Mhm.
So, and I know we have a lot of projects going on at the same time.
We do, there's lots going on this summer.
Ms. Spinola?
Oh, question, the last meeting that I was at on this, I thought we decided that we weren't going to have the concrete when they came out of the doors. I think that was what you wanted. You didn't want concrete. You wanted it to remain.
Coming out, yeah,
When they sand the gates, yeah, we didn't want the soft to go right to the door.
Right, but you wanted to keep it the tar, which it is now. So now we have tar going to concrete, going to tar. How is that going?
Oh,
to
I
be
think
for plowing?
they're gonna,
well,
they'll probably just
Yeah.
do it over.
I think once we'll walk the site with the general contractor soon. And if there's a transition that needs to be fixed, then we'll work with them on site.
Because,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah, because you hit different levels, they're gonna hit something.
right. And that's actually, shoveling whatever. We'll talk to I'm sure it's actually easy for them to finish the line versus having it in pieces anyway. I mean, as they install it.
Okay.
All set? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Spinola, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau, Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant, Mr. Schlaf.
Yes. Next item, can we take a break? I was gonna ask, can you take all three of those together? Are they the same exact thing? They're just being divvied out to the different schools? Yeah, right, okay, you guys got me. All right, next one, recommendation to award the life safety improvement projects, the Shea High School. General contractor.
I thought okay. Huh? Thank you. Good evening. So this is part of the plan of action projects that the facilities department has been working on to address some fire code upgrades. The first one we have is at Shea, addressing 6 staircases, replacing handrails and guardrails to meet code. We received 2 bids, one from Tower Construction, the other one from Marin Construction. And after an extensive review by Colliers, the recommended motion is that the Pawtucket School Committee award the general contracting services for the life safety improvement project at Shea High School to Tower Construction of Cranston, Rhode Island, in the amount of $584,000.
Motion approved by Ms. Grant, seconded by Ms. Spinola. Discussion, Mr. Charbonneau.
Gianna, what's our relationship with Tower Construction? They've done work in the district in the past.
They have done work, yes, in the district, for Jenks in golf bathrooms, if I'm not mistaken. The project was on budget. We have actually to stress the schedule in order for them to make it happen. They made the finish line on time, but
We've had positive experiences with
yeah,
Tower.
yes. Okay. We have some work to do.
Tower did the bathrooms at Jenks, and we did have some issues getting them. We got them fit to finish, and it was okay, but they will need to be heavily watched. We will, but we know that, and we had no other bids, right?
Yeah, that you have two bids.
Two.
Oh, Marin for that
Yeah.
particular school. So Tower is, it's, and honestly, it's not Tower, it's whoever they put on the project. Sometimes it's not necessarily the company, but the project manager. So we will have to, with John, make sure that they stay on point and on schedule through that process.
Well, that doesn't do much to give me a,
I just don't want to say, yes, they're great, that we've been
But we're-
successful with them.
right, but it's also going to be a very busy time at Shea High School. And we're gonna need multiple vendors working kind of in collaboration with each other. Right? If we're gonna proceed and get some of this work done. It's an awful lot of money.
Bless you.
So I'm only looking to see the scope of work at Shea. What else is happening at Shea literally this summer versus,
Well, I don't know. I think we're gonna get to that
We're gonna
later
get an
on in the,
update tonight.
in the, agenda.
okay, but like,
Hope the roof.
not by the summer.
No.
No,
Why not?
right, but
My point is that there'll be lots of things perhaps in design in the summer, but we don't have
Construction.
a construction project lined up for Shea right now, except for Tower. Correct. Okay. But we're aware, Mr. Charbonneau, and have made it very clear with them. So we will make sure that we're on them.
I have multiple emails back and forth with them, just confirming the schedule, and they confirmed it with me, and they're saying they were able to meet the schedule.
okay.
Ms. Doobie, sorry.
To clarify, Colliers is confident that this is the vendor that will do the most affordable and best work for our district.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Finola, Ms. Carney, Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Grant,
Yeah.
Mr. Shalom.
I'll go yes, yes. Yes. Next motion, next item up for discussion. Yes.
Could I just say one thing? Just so you all know, these are all things that did go up in front of facilities. I just wanted to let you know. I know it hadn't been said, but I just want to let you know. These are, just referrals coming through to facilities.
Thank you for that.
So I just wanted to let you guys know.
All right, I wasn't aware. All right, thanks. Recommendation to award life safety improvement project. This is the Jenks Middle School general contractor.
So on the same plan of action list, we have Jenks, a very similar scope of work, handrails, guardrails for 4 staircases. In addition, we have actually select doors replacement and furnishing fire-resistant gypsum board for the interior walls at the main office as an alternate. So we received only one bid for this project from Marin Construction. And after review, we recommend that the Pawtucket School School Committee award general contracting services for the life safety improvement project at Jenks School to Marin Construction of Providence, Rhode Island, in the amount of $815,900.
Motion approved by Ms. Grant, second by Ms. Bonolo. Discussion. Why only one bid? Is it a specialty?
So this,
job?
yeah, so this was originally going to be funded from an older approval where we had a limited, actually, we had a June 30th as the deadline for the old approval to use the money. So the timeline is very, very limited for the contractors.
Okay.
And they are actually all committed to projects.
All right, so limited time, okay. good.
Yeah, I just want to mention, we moved these projects to the newer approval, just what Mr. Devon mentioned earlier.
Okay, great. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Finola, Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalell.
Yes. Next item, recommendation to award the life safety improvements to Slater Middle School General Contractor. Motion to approve by Ms. Bonolo, seconded by Ms. Connie. There you go. And now discussion.
Maren,
I see that.
and so they have assured Polly that they will meet the schedule of both schools. Because that conversation was brought up.
Okay, Mr. Charbonneau.
Gianna, can you explain the add alternates on the bottom that are included in this award
For Slater.
for Slater?
So originally, we didn't know if we're going to move forward with the doors again, because we wanted to use an older approval where we have to meet the June 30th. And the doors, usually they take some time to get delivered. So we put the doors into two alternates. So alternate number 2 is the ones mentioned in the plan of action. Alternate number 1 is only a wish list. So since we moved the fund to the newer fund, to the 234, and we were able to use the to fit actually the project as the numbers came in, so we actually chose to go with the 2 alternates.
Okay,
But those are based on not priority, based on, yes, different categories.
right, but it's listed as the same thing. Alternate 1 for replacement of classroom doors, 33,000. Alternate 2 for replacement of classroom doors, 466,000.
Correct. Maybe I should have just put more clarifications, because on the bid documents in the plans that we have alternate number 1, select doors replacement police C plans. And on the plans, it mentions exactly the doors, like door 1A, door B2, door, and each alternate has a different list.
I got that, but doesn't the 466 number incorporate the doors in the original alternate 1 of 33,000?
The 466 are for alternate number 2.
Right,
Mhm.
and that doesn't incorporate all of the doors?
No,
So how many doors are we talking about?
I can provide you with the list.
So I have already asked Gianna to send me a list of whatever doors.
Well, what are we voting on? We're voting on $33,000 for door replacements and $466,000 for door replacements. How many doors?
I can give you the exact number.
Tonight?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I'm the only one that sees that as,
Now,
I'm reading the same thing with significantly different dollar amounts associated to it.
Hmm. I can provide you the list. I have a copy here, but I can make you a copy for all of them, for the list.
That's fine. Do you have a number, how many doors? And can you break it down? What, door number 1, how many doors is that being replaced with the 33,000?
7.
Okay. And how many is gonna be used in the 466? Replace, sorry.
$20.
Question, how are we replacing 7 for 33,000 and 20 for $500,000?
Different kind of doors,
By that much?
different kinds, different sizes.
That's a
27 doors total for $500,000. That sounds crazy to me.
Mhm.
And another,
But
why,
these-
why
these are
we
all-
bid? Is it because of the time constraint? Is it a specialty, type of job to be done? Why only one person bidding on something? This is a heavy, this is a good amount.
Yeah, the time was initially the problem.
Hmm.
Where are the location of the doors? Are they classroom doors? Are they
They are,
doors to the
yeah,
hallways?
they are, some of them throughout the school. So most of them are classroom doors.
So we need a little more clarification.
I think initially the interior doors, which are fire rated doors, that's probably your 7. The wish list was exterior doors, correct? And then which for the walk-through, which we did.
Exterior doors that are going with different projects.
So the,
Those are only interior doors.
so the interior 7.
All of them are interior doors.
I thought it was connected to the exteriors. That's the ones we did a walk-through.
So are you, you're not? So
No, I
the
did one
facilities,
I did a walkthrough of all exterior doors with them.
okay,
That's what I was assuming. This was the interior doors. I would assume it's fire rated doors, meaning stuff that has to go over a custodian door and stuff like that, mechanical one. But I believe she's saying that's not the same.
So we are doing these doors, but as an alternate to a different project, the exterior doors.
What is the delivery time on the doors?
So not before the fall.
Okay, so then we have time
Yeah, they're
to
gonna,
actually get clarification. So I would like to table this one until the next meeting.
motion to table by Ms. Benolo, seconded by Ms. Doobie. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. Thank you. What one was that? Oh, okay, so now review and vote architectural services for the unified high school. What?
Just let you know too, this also was on the agenda for the facilities.
Thank you, Kim. Motion approved, second by Mr. Charbonneau, seconded by Ms. Doobie. Discussion. And Mr. Charbonneau?
I'll amend my motion. Can we have it read, review and vote architectural services, stage 2, unified high school? Because this reads like we're awarding the entire architectural services for the unified high school.
I second that motion.
Okay, I just want to make sure, clerk, did you get his? Amended, okay. Motion by Mr. Charbonneau, seconded by Ms. Doobie. Any discussion on Mr. Charbonneau's amendment? Okay, now the motion as amended. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, and change the motion, clerk, call the roll on that, please,
On the amendment.
on the amendment.
Thank you. Ms.
Change.
Benolo. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. Clerk, can you call out the motion as it's amended?
The architectural services for stage 2 for the unified high school.
Thank you very much. Discussion?
I didn't know, Holly, did you want to speak or?
Well, I just,
If not, I don't mind, because I have a few things to say. If you guys want.
If you want to initiate, but we should be doing it like that to get a motion going, to get discussion going, but go ahead, Ali, tell
Okay.
us.
okay, so this was reviewed and approved at the facilities committee meeting earlier. But basically what happened was after the interviews and Jonathan Levy's architects was actually chosen, at that point, it triggers negotiation. So they then reached out to all of the subcontractors and consultants, and their fee and then sent it to us, which we then negotiated. And I can say, their fee is very competitive. It's less than 0.5%. So it is the recommendation of Collier's project leaders for the Pawtucket School Department to accept the attached design service contract proposal from Jonathan Levy Architects and the negotiated fee in the amount of $1,642,300 for the Unified High School Stage 1. It's Stage 1 ride response review, which is basically just part of the Stage 2 and the Stage 2 submission.
So I just want to share, during this meeting, I had a couple of comments, well, one long comment to mention about the high school. And I thought it's appropriate to kind of bring it to the attention of the school committee, what I had said. So I've been watching what's been going on in the industry, and one of my concerns is, can we really do this? What's going on in the industry is interest on borrowing is high, construction keeps going up. We were notified before Christmas how expensive or over budget we are on Baldwin. Chris Spiegel had shared with us. Prior to that, we needed to sit down with Chris and his team and make the classrooms smaller. And so far to date, by the end of this year, we're going to approximately invest $2 million. That'll be the Stage 2 and then Collier's fee. I do think we should go through with Stage 2, but I do think as we move forward, we really do have to have the conversations. In the fall, we're going to need to go out to get a CM for Stage 3. And then we'll start Stage 3. So with all that being said, you know, Collier's has worked very hard in regards to value engineering Baldwin, and they've been doing that for a year. From when we built Winters to now, just the whole process is a lot different. You know, and I'm not against the high school. I'm not against the high school at all, but I am really concerned within the next 5 years if we're going to be able to do this. And you know, before we go into Stage 3 and start Stage 3, you know, my hope would be that we would sit down and have a serious conversation. Like I said, you know, we know about Baldwin, and I think what happens is we all have this vision of what we want this new high school to be. And it could be very disappointing that we don't get the vision of what we want because of the way the economy is right now. And I think, I don't know if it's because no one wants to talk about it, no one wants to say it. But you know, prior to us going to bid, I didn't vote for this to go at the time that it went, because I didn't think we were ready, and I was worried about the future. And I've always said, you know, the money's going away, and the money is going away, and we're seeing it as we budget. But I do think we need to keep our eyes open. I think right now we need to continue with Stage 2. But before we get into Stage 3 and start demolishing things, and you know, I think we really have to make sure that mentally, if this school isn't the vision that we originally had, we have to be prepared for that. Because this economy isn't isn't gonna give us what we thought when we created this vision in the beginning. So I just wanted to share my thoughts. Like I said, you know, I am for the high school, but I am also worried that we're not gonna get what we want, and where and not due to the architects or the construction companies, because in regards to Baldwin, they've been terrific. But I just don't want us to start a building and have a meeting like this where they come to us and say, we need $50 million. Where are you gonna get it? And then we either have to stop or, you know, because we do still have 2 school buildings that need to make it until this high school's finished. So, hey, you know what? I would love to eat crow, and I want to be wrong on this, but I just want to make sure that we all are aware of it and what's going on out there. You know, Johnston just announced that, you know, they're very concerned. Warwick has 2 high schools that they want to build. You know, I have friends who live out there and they're thinking about maybe only doing 1 now. So this isn't just affecting Pawtucket, it's the industry. And I think we just have to make sure that we go into this with our eyes open. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonello. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalal.
Yes. Next item. School. What'd you say? I'm giving you 7 minutes to talk about it. School committee policy, first passage, Ms. Doobie.
Okay, so the first we have the wellness policy here. So 2 of the members who are new are on policy, so I'm not going to give a huge overview on how policy works. Just a little bit for our chair. If you look at the end, you will see kind of the passage of the policy. Everyone's leaving for policy. So you'll see that these policies all all of these policies were already passed. So these policies have been passed. These are amendments that are happening. Sometimes we will bring new policies. That will mean that they have no history that they say they're adopted. This is a current policy. What I do is I put any language that is new in bold, and any language that is being removed is X through. So you can flip through the policy. As you can see, there are multiple changes that are being made to the wellness policy. Just to walk through, the first change just says that the wellness committee will meet at minimum 4 times a year. That is new language. There wasn't a minimum before. It just said that it would exist. The second change says that schools are encouraged to create their own wellness committees. There isn't a mandate here. It's just an encouragement that is made. It says that this could be in collaboration with the COSI program. Who's here? So it's an encouragement that's made. This is language that is coming down from the Rhode Island Healthy Schools Coalition, who helped us with this. The next change is a change you'll see several times, just updating law, that there's new laws and frameworks that exist. I'm now on the second full page. This is just talking about how we use a point of sales electronic payment system, and how meal benefit applications are available electronically. The next change underneath the second paragraph under school breakfast program. During COVID, there was a shift to all white milk, because the food that we were delivering was being delivered more in bulk, and they were delivering gallons of milk during kind of pickup services. Aramark did approach us saying that they wanted to return to having flavored milk occasionally. The wellness committee said that 2 times a week would be what we would return to. This is, by the way, Ms. Bonolo, this went through wellness under Ms. Bonolo's leadership. This has been a while in the making, so Ms. Bonolo can also weigh in. So it went through wellness and then policy. So that's a change there. And on the next page, all changes on the next page and the following page are all changes because of changes in law. As in, it's not the Rhode Island Food and Beverage Act, it's now Rhode Island General Law. You'll see it changed 1, 2, 3 times there. And you'll also see it changed on the next 2 pages. They're all just law changes. So as a summary, a lot of law changes, a change to the chocolate milk policy to do 2 days, and a change to a minimum of 4 wellness meetings and the point of sale service.
Motion to approve by Ms. Spinola, second by Ms. Grant. Discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Spinola.
So just so you know, that all of the links that have policies, procedures, or laws, you can click on them and it will take you right to them.
In our online manual, yes. Not here.
That's quick and I'm delirious at this point, guys. Any other discussion? Can someone answer me this question? Why only 2 times for flavored milk?
It was 3 times. It was now it's 2. And so it's 2 times of juice, 2 times for flavored milk. So that the students will choose white milk or water. And so
Aaron would like water all the time.
I would like no flavored milk. This was a compromise.
But, and if I can say, we have to listen to our constituents. They put us in. When
So-
I was in front of the Stop and Shop, this mother came up, signed my papers and said, tell him what you want. And this kid looked at me shyly and said, I want chocolate milk every day. And I went, you can. And I meant this. I answered it without knowing. I substitute in Smithfield and they have coffee, chocolate and white every day. And it disturbed me because they would dump the coffee milk out all the time. And I used to get so frustrated because I would have had it. Why are we doing that?
Aaron, the
Well-
amount of sugar.
I get it.
With all due respect, I do think that our children also, I know my daughter has asked for a vending machine that sells soda in the schools. I think that a wellness subcommittee, what we bring to you is that we have, as a full wellness subcommittee, voted unanimously, and then a policy subcommittee voted unanimously based on the fact that I believe research shows that this is not an approach that we should be taking where, you know, we're looking to flavor milk in order to get kids to drink it, that 2 times a week of flavored milk and 2 times a week of juice is a fair amount of times a week that a child is having something that has about 22 grams of sugar in it.
Okay.
And I put the chocolate milk because it's an SEL issue. There's nothing like when you're having a tough day, having a glass of chocolate milk.
So that's the difference between 0 times and,
All right. I agree with my,
And that's,
but
all right.
I will say this committee, as you can see,
Oh.
the change on this change was made from 5 to 3 days. And it was done after a small survey and we have, you know, it has been successful. I mean, that I think that what you are seeing is that children are drinking water more.
All right.
And that's what our mark reported to us, that they're drinking water more.
No, we're gonna, all right. All right. Any other discussion about the wellness policy changes? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Bonolo. Ms. Carney. Mr. Charbonneau. Ms. Doobie. Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Grant. Mr. Shalell.
Yes. Ms. Doobie.
And just as a reminder to everybody, these all come before us again for second passage. Okay, this is just first passage. Okay, the next is per diem substitute employees reasonable insurance policy. This is a policy that is being changed 2 ways. 1, to say that substitute positions are posted and filled through the substitute caller system. And 2, to remove all of this language at the bottom that is no longer applicable that, came through, Ms. Devine coming to our meeting and talking about, this part Ms. Rabbit talked about, all this language that went into effect with the Affordable Care Act is not applicable anymore.
Motion by Mr. Charbonneau, second by Ms. Spinello. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
Second one, selection of coaches.
Okay, so the selection of coaches, this is a policy that the 4 members who were here before are probably very familiar with. The 3 new members might not be as much. This is a policy that was in the works for a while. It's basically adding this D at the bottom about the athletic director and the assistant athletic director not serving as a coach unless those 2 conditions are met, that the position is vacant and no other person is available. And that, or it needs to be filled only on an interim basis. In addition, we just changed that language at the top to say that it's not prior to the start of the season. It's just any point during the season.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Ms. Spinello. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
Substitute teacher policy.
So this one is, I would say I guess the chocolate milk one was a big change too, but this one is a pretty big change. So the bottom part is not a big change, and when a motion is made to approve this, there's an error in this. If you look, I did that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I realized there was a break in the page, so 9 and 10 didn't get done. So 9 and 10 should just go up by $1 at 234, 235. That is just reflecting, if you look on the first page, we pay RIDE certified teachers $225, and below it was saying that their steps started at $150. So that was just wrong. So we had to change that to then go up from the actual starting base. Okay, so that's changed on the next page. Yeah, I'm getting, is that correct? Yes, okay. So it's just changed on those last 2. So that needs to be, but this second, section, this incremental substitute pay scale, this would be a new initiative for the district. Essentially, it would work to incentivize substitutes who are in our district for more days during a calendar year. And as we spoke, Ms. Devine did a calculation on this. The reality is that anytime a classroom is empty because the teacher isn't there that day, we are paying money to fill that spot, whether we're paying because there's overage charges or we're paying for class coverage, we are going to pay. So the idea is that we would incentivize to have substitutes filling them by saying, if you're here for 101 to 60 days, it's 125. But if you're here from 61 to 120 days, it's 150. And hopefully some of those substitutes who are kind of jumping districts might feel that it's in their interest to just stay with Pawtucket and substitute in Pawtucket on a regular basis. And therefore, by the end of the year, they could be making $175 a day. So like I said, it's something that that Ms. Devine did an analysis of and said that she thought it was doable for us to do for a year. And then at the end of next year, we could maybe look at an analysis. Was this effective? Did we get more substitutes? Because we obviously have a shortage.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Ms. Connie. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Doobie. Nice job. And everyone that worked on all those subcommittees. Ms. Ramsey, summer enrichment programs. Yes, it was your please.
I had some questions regarding the summer enrichment programs and why they were tied to proficiency. So I did ask Ms. Devine to meet with me to kind of explain some of that to me. So we actually met and met with also Ms. Kodamash and Mr. Pimentel as well. And they explained to me kind of the reasons why. We kind of went, Title I, ESSER. I will say I'm not completely satisfied with how that meeting, the outcome of that meeting. But I'm a little more satisfied than I was, a couple weeks ago. So, one of the biggest changes was that, we're gonna add the McKinney-Vento kids. They will automatically be able to, qualify. And, so those are the homeless kids, which kids in foster care fall under that. And I appreciate that. I feel, kids who have, who are in foster care or just, there's so many benefits to these enrichment programs, and unfortunately, those kids were being excluded. So I do appreciate that. I appreciate, the meeting and how thorough, Sarah kind of went through all a lot of the programs with me and what's tied to proficiency, what is not. It was really helpful. And so, yeah, so that's kind of where we kind of landed. We didn't really talk about the MLL students or the special needs students, but we did get at least the portion that I was most concerned about, able to at least be entered into the lottery.
So I can speak to the fact that we reiterated again to all administrators who in turn should have reiterated to all teachers that teacher recommendation can and should include all students without restriction. So all students can be recommended for enrichment programs without restriction. And I'm looking at the audience and I'm seeing a shake of the head. This was sent out. I'm seeing some yeses, I'm seeing some nos. I will reiterate again that it definitely goes out to all individuals, that all students, regardless of classroom setting, proficiency level, can be recommended for a myriad of reasons because of varying benefits. If the teacher feels as though this student would benefit, so all students regardless can get an invitation to the program, to the lottery. We also asked, because I didn't know where Ms. Fernandez, you might have had questions. We also asked Mrs. Perella, who works with Cozy, to attend with us tonight. And I think maybe you can give a couple of seconds about your enrichment opportunity, because you have sat here all night so dutifully. So
Please have some questions because then
we really wanted you here was because one of my concerns was, a kid who's proficient, right, gets to go to Girl Scout camp all summer, and then a kid who isn't is going to sit in a school and learn all summer. But I did hear that you are doing a lot of good things with the kids, and so that's kind of what we were hoping to hear
yeah,
about.
I mean, we have done, particularly prior to COVID, I think a really good program that has been, we had a morning program for kids who were proficient, and then the other kids who were doing the ramp up could come in afterwards. They really wouldn't lose anything. We keep the theme and the field trips and so forth. The last couple of years since COVID, we have not been able to do the morning program. And that's caused a little bit of problems. We're going back to it this year, though. That's caused a little bit of problems, almost the opposite of what you've just said. So kids who have come to our after school program every single day for like 29 weeks, were not eligible to come to Cozy in the summer because it was the afternoon enrichment to the ramp up program. So we're getting our morning program back. And hopefully, we'll compete well with all the other camps that are out there. And then we'll be doing the after school. So some kids will be there. Not the after school. I mean that. I meant like the afternoon piece. So some kids could be there from 9 to 3. And then others will join us at that noontime time, which is something that we've done. We're very, very happy to have that morning piece back because it really kind of put a damper on the program in the past, and also to have our field trips back. That was always a very big part of our program. And so we're kind of excited about going forward this year. Again, so, that's where we are. We've always done those programs. We have a grant from 21st Century Community Learning Center, which is for after school and summer. So we're not actually here looking for money or anything like that. So we do have the funding to do that. And, and I think everybody like at RIDE and everything, everybody was getting a little nervous, not just because of us, but just around the state. There's about 35 programs that are funded through this, because the numbers might be going down because we don't have the, it's hard to find staff and so forth and so on. So I think, I'm really, really happy that we're moving forward. And, so I think we have some good ideas. We have lots of vendors. I don't know, and I'd be happy to talk to you further in detail. I'm sorry about our program, but, so after school, we have a lot of vendors. They came before the school committee back in the fall. So this group would not have seen all of them. And we have a project with Victoria's Dream Project with the Philharmonic, with the violin. We have the GAM Theater. We have Festival Ballet. We have, animation. We have a whole lot of different things that we try to bring in. And so we have our theme for this summer, which is going to be Finding Your Voice, which we think is going to be like really a great project in terms of talking about the sounds not only that we make, but through the words, the art that we create, movements we perform, actions we take every day to impact the world. And I think that's really going to lend itself well so that kids can do. I mean, we like to bring our kids outside. We don't just have them sitting in a classroom, even though we may be in the building. We don't just sitting in the classroom doing, like lessons. We're, doing like fun hands-on project. The morning will probably be primarily STEM project.
The question. So the way your program works is it that parents have to sign their students up, or so say so the enrichment programs are picked and supported from within the district through ESSER grant funds, correct? But if my daughter was in 3rd grade and I wanted her to go to Cozy, but in real life, she has a one-on-one, do I provide that? So because I know Ms. Ramsey just stated that, the programs they're open to everyone, but if this isn't really a part of the school, but the parents have to come to sign the child up. Does the school district provide the one-on-one?
So, yeah, so basically, and Mr. Andre's here, so, or Dr. Andre can jump in. This is how we've always worked it. Basically, we have in the past, so I'm going to do before COVID and now, because this is going to be new for us this year, because the last 2 years we've not had a morning program. But so, we've always just like put out our registration forms. My understanding this year is it's going out with the other camps. And they'll, parents will pick what they want to do in terms of like their priority number 1, 2, 3. You'll go through some randomizer. I'm not that familiar with that piece. And then all the kids would be open to come in if they're in ramp up afterwards. So, to the degree that we have space. Now, as far as like kids with special needs, things like that, our programs have always been after school, summer, always been open to every child in that particular building. And if there is a need for like one-on-one person, we would then work with the parent and with the department, the special ed department, to try to provide that. So we have been successful in the past. I can't say that we always are able to do that, but we have been successful where they have provided that one-on-one so that the child could come to our program.
So if you wouldn't mind, if you could tell me, if you had a group at a school, what would the percentage be? Like, how many typical kids would you say you have, and then how many special needs? Because I'm just wondering if it's really out there, because I know as a parent, you don't think there's places out there that can help support your child, that you would have to provide something. So, they make all these other arrangements or whatever.
Right.
But I think this would be something good, because a lot of these children, do end up spending a lot of time in the house during the summer, and it'd be nice to get the word out, I think.
So I think the answer to your question sort of depends on how you would find those, define the special needs. I mean, there are certain things that, like, we have limited staff, so we would really count on like special ed, for example, to provide a staff person if somebody was a runner or if somebody was like a serious behavior issue. We don't have the capacity to do that. But as far as the number that we serve, so 2 years ago, when we first came back after COVID and we were just doing the afternoon piece, you know, we were our after school program, our afternoon program was open to everyone. So there were the ESY kids came to some of them and they did provide, the staff came with them to the program with our, like with the regular kids. Now, as far as like, if you're talking about kids who have a variety of disabilities, including learning disabilities, a small piece of COSI money, like $5,000, very small, comes from IDEA through RIDE. And in order to get that money, we have to serve the kids. And so basically like my goal, like, we have to write like a little short goal because it's not a lot of money, is how many, some percentage, like 6 or 8%, will be, kids with an IEP. And when we go and calculate that, we end up a good like 12-15% or more of our programs in the summer.
So in the summer, when you take field trips, these students, say there's students in wheelchairs, you guys have the capacity for them to go on these buses.
But we'd
and
have to
go also-
make that. We don't have a lot of those kids, but I mean, if we do, we'd have to make that accommodation. So, I mean, we're kind of like, this is an old term, like if you were around with Department of Education a long time ago, like all kids, like we truly believe that and try to live that. I mean, you have to be realistic. It's not always possible, it's not always possible. But I
Right,
mean,
but
we
I
would.
just wanted to I was just checking to make sure you plan for that.
Well,
because that
certainly we have
could
kids in that
happen.
thing, we certainly would, if we have kids in that situation, yes, and we would have to work closely with like that person's aid. And we'd have to make sure that the special ed department is providing that aid for that child during the summer program.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I'm not aware of any situation in which we excluded a student based on
I don't think so
disability
either,
for that matter. And if any situation were to occur where there was an additional assistance that may needed, Mrs. Pereller and her team would reach out to our department, and then we would reach out to our personnel to determine whether or not it was needed. And
Did I-
cases where we would.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah.
did I say that you guys excluded someone?
No.
Okay, I just wanted
Oh,
to.
no,
make-
that was me.
Okay,
I
I just wanted to make
without
sure. I
prejudice.
didn't think I
Yeah.
did. I was
Sorry,
just
that was in
checking
general.
to make sure that you guys are, I was just asking to see if you were prepared for all the different situations. But I just wanted to make sure. I didn't think I said that.
I
So.
think that I'm just going to speak for myself.
Mhm,
I mean, in my staff, we try to move mountains the best we can.
mhm.
We try to eliminate barriers the very best we can. We will do the best we can for any single child and family to help them and to engage them. As I said, we're not perfect. Sometimes it can't be done, but most of the time we're pretty successful, but we do have to rely on other departments and other collaborators in order to make that happen. And we've never had an issue. I mean, we haven't had lots and lots of kids that are in wheelchairs that have come to our program, to be honest with you, in the summer. And as I said, we've gone back a while, but we have had kids who have other disabilities and special ed has provided that one-on-one person for those kids.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because I never even, I know of COSI, but I never really thought it was available to anyone, because I wasn't that familiar with it.
Yeah.
So I think of myself as a school committee member, knowing of COSI, but not knowing the intricate details of it, that I think it would be really good to I think it could really help some parents that do have children in certain circumstances.
And for a long time, because of the way the funding comes to us,
Mhm.
some of the schools, like Curtis, for example, wasn't necessarily like in our purview. We would help support them. But the problem because you may recall, like back before COVID again, if you had COVID, I mean, Curtis was running with a parent group that was running their after school program. And we didn't want to sort of take that away from them. So we would provide supplemental finances, like we give them somebody from the GAM to go over there, or, you know, more enriching programs. That year 2019 into 20, you know, that was no longer economically feasible with the parents running that. And we were brought in with actually with Lisa to talk to parents and to start to work as them as a regular site. We started, and I think we were open like maybe like 4 or 6 weeks, and then things closed down. And it's been a little difficult getting it all back up because of staffing and so forth. But, you know, so that is in there. So some of those parents, I mean, but my colleague Jane, she's been to the, I'm going to get it wrong, but what is the special ed advisory council meeting to talk to parents, and, you know, anything we can do to engage all of the kids. And the same thing with the multi-language learners. I mean, all of the kids, you know, we've never said, well, this, you know, we've seen kids make tremendous strides who speak almost no English, but they come in the summer and there's a lot more fun, a lot more interaction, and they just make leaps and bounds. So all of our kids are always, you know, every child is welcome to come. As I said, the way that funding is organized, it's by school. Of course, we, you know, we'll link them together because of the construction projects that you all talked about earlier. You know, so in the past we have done, you know, if there's 3 schools in a building, sometimes we've done it in like 3 separate programs, and other times we brought them all together as one program. It just depends on the numbers and things like that.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Just a general comment, I think I think for all of our summer enrichment programs, we need to look at how we're messaging this out to our families. The city of Pawtucket, the Parks Department has a summer camp.
Right.
that If you don't arrive at 8 AM for the 9 o'clock start of registration, the first day, you're not getting in. I mean, they have a waiting list. It's very well done at the Parks and Rec. And I was very disappointed to hear Mr. Pimentel last meeting say that we have all these open spaces. We're paying for these enrichment services, and we've got kids. And from doing this for a little while, I would just ask that we revisit the messaging. Let our families know that all the kids are welcome. Let our families know that it's free, that the school department's paying for this, that transportation's provided, lunch is provided. I think the disconnect in the results I see at the city-run park and the participation in our summer enrichment programs, there's a wide range there.
There's no question. I think the whole thing could be better coordinated in some ways. And that is more now with all the funding, like the ESSER funding, and bringing in all these other camps and all these other programs. That's great for the kids, but we all have to like know what's going on. We don't always know. We don't always know what's like best for a particular child. So, I mean, and by the way, we take advantage of the Parks and Rec program. I mean, we go to the pool, we do other things like that through our program as well.
I just don't want our
Yeah.
families seeing a handout saying summer camp and saying, you know what, I can't afford this. So I'm not even gonna look at it.
Right.
We shouldn't have open seats in enrichment opportunities that we're paying for and we're providing over the summer. With 8,000 students in the district, I don't see how we have open seats.
I agree with you. And there's nothing more frustrating. You know, when my office used to be in a school building some years ago, is pulling up and seeing kids, or going out to a meeting, coming back and seeing kids that are just riding their bikes in the neighborhood.
Right.
Like, what are you doing? Like, come on, we're doing all these fun things. And, you know, and sometimes the kids who need it the most are the hardest to engage, and we need to continue to work on that all the time. So, I mean, you know, the flyer that we have for our cozy program is out, you know, I think for being translated. And I have, I have a copy of it here, but, you know, we will also, once that's all squared away, we will be distributing that, our plan is anyway, to distribute that to our kids who are currently in our after-school program, for example, to our parents who are in adult education, just to let people know. And that's what we always try to do that. But you know. Who shall be in? Oh, we're gonna be in all, I have it in one of my books, but we're gonna be in all the schools that have elementary programs. So I believe, I don't know if it's in this book here. It's like, the last I heard, it was Curvin, Varia, Potter, Green, and Winters will be the schools. And, so.
So now do we bus to them, or do they have to get there by themselves?
No, the bus.
We do busing.
Okay. Is that in your flyer?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
I have a copy if you'd like to see one, but I mean,
I
yes,
have
it's in the,
one. I got one. I didn't read it yet.
Huh?
I didn't read it.
oh no,
I
that's the
have one.
brochure. That's not the flyer for
Oh.
the summer. So, this is, yeah, we have the busing available and, the kids, so the ramp up is 4 days a week. We will be with the field trips 5 days a week. And there will be, the busing has been, will be going on Fridays. That was an issue we've run into in the past, so we weren't able to do the field trips.
Ms. Fernandez, are you good with this?
Add the, yes to the messaging and also
Mhm.
maybe if there's a little more outreach, right? Because those, like you said, the kids that need it the most are the hardest to reach. And so it's not, yes, having them translated, but also like, I mean, I think maybe the teachers and the principals could maybe, maybe put a little effort into if they're communicating with these parents regularly anyway, to say like, hey, like we have all of these summer enrichment programs, not just Cozy, right? We have all these summer enrichment programs, how, because I'd hate for them, I agree. They're gonna get those forms and they're gonna say, I cannot afford to send my kid to the Boy Scout camp and it's going in the trash.
And it's and I think we need to make it as simple as possible. I think we've talked about, I don't know what the final plan is, but to do some of it in person, it's much easier to do in-person registration than to try to have people do it online all the time. Some people just can't do that very well. So we have, we're open to doing that. And we have gone back to our after school component to in person. We moved away from it during COVID because we were doing virtual and so forth, but it's just much more effective to have a mix. Obviously, some people would rather just go sign up online, and I'm happy to talk to you in detail about our program. I was going to do like a little 30-second commercial, but we got right into.
Just in this short present, like you get it.
Oh, yeah.
You get it.
We tried.
Thank you for including all kids.
Thank you.
I mean, that's what I wanted, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all you do.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is under discussion items. Superintendent Shea, recommendation repairs, immediate, oh boy.
The immediate repairs based on the NIASC report. So if you recall, we got a letter, you do recall, we got a letter from NIASC indicating that there were some immediate repairs that were needed. On February 13th, we prioritized our ask of the city in a document that we sent on February 21st. We received a letter back from the city indicating that they were in support of our prioritized list and that we would be in contact with the finance office to move forward. We have had that meeting. John is well on his way to working on those prioritized lists. And he has put together a short timeline for us, so we know what the first round of prioritization is going to look like for Shea, and starts as early as this month, right?
Yes, it's, well, I had specifications worked out for the roof repairs over the auditorium, because the key to NIASC was getting our auditorium open again. So I have the specifications. I'm doing a walkthrough with potential vendors on Tuesday of the roof. I'm expecting hopefully a proposal following week. Now, to connect with that, starting on the April break, I'm gonna have my general maintenance guys go into Shea and start taking rows out when they can, because I know they'll get busy with other calls. Start taking the 5 rows back, because the portable stage that Chris Silva ordered should be in around April, and we need to have those 5 rows back so that we can possibly put the stage there, and it would take care of egress. This summer, as you know, there's fire code upgrades going on there, but if we're looking long-term, roof replacement itself, if we're going to start moving on that, we usually do that in the fall if we're going to do roof project for the following summer, because right now it's too late to do any kind of roofing project. But if you do the roofing project, I had specs drawn up, Shea full roof replacement is 3.2 million. That's no soft costs included, but it does have a contingency of about 300,000 in it. Now, that does not include work over the stage. As you know, the stage was shut down because of the ceiling tongue and groove concrete. So that's probably going to be an estimation of probably 1.25, maybe 1.5 on top of that. So you're probably talking 4.5 million for the entire roof. If we bring it to facilities or we talk with the school committee, we can start work on that and make sure that that kind of stuff gets worked on. We have some fire suppression system going in, which isn't connected through NEASC, but that's connected through the plan of action. That will be next summer. And we also have additional upgrades the summer after that, which is 2025. Now, the big ones for NEASC was auditorium, electrical, and heating. So we're going to have to obviously sit down and figure out what the next thing is going to be, because if we're going to do the roof, that can be next summer. If we're going to do electrical and how we're going to do it, if we're going to do it in sections, that will also have to be discussion with the committee. And the heating, that was a bigger ticket item, I believe, than the roof itself. You're talking probably in excess between $6 to $8 million. So immediately, we can get the roof repairs done, at least to get them open. So I'm hoping to get that done hopefully by late April, early May, depends on the availability of the vendors. And then us taking the chairs out, I'm hoping to get that done. And if they want to, I know they have a fashion show and it's big there, maybe we can hopefully get that planned by the end of the year that they can be back in the auditorium.
Agenda item for Mr. Charbonneau, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so we've received the commitment from the city that they are out to bond for the 10 million.
The letter from the city to move forward with our prioritization list, yes.
Right, the letter you're referring to was the letter that was sent to all of us, correct? That I had a question about last week, and you said you were meeting Monday.
We did meet on Monday.
And at that meeting, were we authorized to go out to bond? Is the city going out to bond for 10 million? I mean, we have most of the work for Shea planned, drawn up, right? Because we were gonna renovate the whole thing. We had architects in there. So we should be able, with the availability of labor, hopefully, we should be able to move on some of these things fairly quickly.
You would hope with Brewster Thornton was the architect of record. You would hope that they would have availability, but they already have all the schematics, all the drawings made up.
Correct.
It's just a matter of, like you said, the workforce and materials.
But if we, right. So a lot of the design work has already been done. If we find a Marin or a tower or somebody to say, we can get going on the heating system this summer, do we have the availability of funds from the city for the 10 million? Because I didn't read that letter the same way others read it. I didn't read that there was a go ahead, we're gonna approve 10 million.
We prioritized the list. Really, we wanted 22 million, right? So that's what we really want, but we prioritized it in chunks for the doability of the projects in an amount of time, so the bond can cover it. So we went after 10 million, back when Derek Osterman gave the presentation at the podium, we talked about 10 million. In that first round of ask of the city, the 10 million, it was the roof repairs. It was the staging and getting the seating out, and the hydraulic concrete to fill the holes and things of that nature. And we also asked for the fire safety system, which came to 10 million. Including soft costs for priority 1. We're doing that first. So we have
Safety system. I'm confused about, didn't we have an item to move money from Tolman for Shea stabilization and?
that was
I have a meeting with Derek to clarify, because I know we're talking about basketball. I completely understand the letter did not say the 10 million, but I have a meeting with
and then we walk the city to give her the cash flow of how much the bond is. So yes, it's clear that we need to pay bond so that she can bond it properly for those that kind of.
Okay, so we're gonna provide for the city the spend, right? But, so we're using the prior documents for Brewster Thornton, or how are we gonna provide the city? Because all I see here is this is us kicking the can down the road again, another 6 months and. I'm talking specifically about Shay, Melissa. How are we gonna provide the city with a spend on Shay next week when you meet with Gene Borski? That's what I'm asking. Where are we getting the plans? Are we using the existing plans from Bruce?
I don't believe it's not plausible that anything of these big natures can be done this summer. It's just because, especially when you do heating or electrical, you can't have anybody around. I don't see that happening. When we originally reached out to Brewster Thornton months ago just to ask for about another building that they did plans on, they said they were swamped and they couldn't help us with that. So I just don't think it's plausible to think any of this big stuff could be done this summer. I think it's like a next summer job, at least to start, but we have to determine what it's going to be. Yeah, but you can't do some of these, you can't do a heating project during the school year.
Indicated that we needed to make reasonable steps toward completion and addressing of these items. Reasonable completion and immediate priority ranking was to reopen that auditorium for our students, get them a stage and get that safe to be back in. We broke down the roof repair into chunks so we can fix the immediate roof over the auditorium, not the stage section, right? So that's why we're getting that portable stage to be in front of the stage so we can reopen the common area of the auditorium, bringing back 3 rows of seating, repurposing those seats to some other broken items. So we optimize our seating in the auditorium and get those high school students to have use of that auditorium again. That was
Stage for graduation because the city stage is a mess.
the portable stage was purchased with the adjustable legs, so it could also go and be housed as a stage in the middle of the, in the auditorium. And then for graduation, it goes out there. So it was a kind of a double use, but it has the adjustable legs, so you don't necessarily need to grade out the entire auditorium floor, which has a slight grade to it. So when we documented all of that back, when we voted to send the 10 million request to the city, we had that in the document, and Derek outlined it, and we had it in the document that we provided. And then, so we can't do the whole roof right now, but we're going to get them in increments. So that was number 1, get them back into that seating area, back into use of that. And then also move forward with the fire safety system throughout the building.
I'm concerned about the stage thing. So we're gonna put a portable stage in front of the real stage. How are you gonna keep high school students? We can't even get some of them out of the stairwells to go to class. How are you gonna keep them off of the stage where the above isn't safe?
Once we block it off, yes, then it's an administrative issue as far as letting the kids in, but right now, there's no kids in there. But that's been blocked off for the past few years. The stage itself is the problem. You don't want to go on the stage, but you can still safely put a stage in front because they're 2 different roofs. It's one roof over the stage, and then it's separate over the auditorium.
So the city inspectors are gonna let us go in there and have a roof or a ceiling, which is maybe how many feet past a portable stage with people on it?
to this point, when we originally had a problem with the stage, we had pieces of concrete coming down. So we ended up getting an engineer and an architect who told us that the ceiling needed to be replaced. At this point, we haven't seen further evidence of chunks falling down since I'd say at least 4 years. So as of right now, I check periodically. I have not seen anything on the stage. It's other than little pieces here and there. Can I give you 100% guarantee that it's not going to fall at some point? No, I can't give you that guarantee.
It just doesn't sound safe. The plan. And I think if it was presented to us properly, like Mr. Charbonneau said, it wasn't presented to us properly. It was presented to us as a committee, as a stage for graduation. Nothing was said about it being used as a stage within the auditorium.
Back when we presented this to the committee, when you voted to ask for the 10 million of the city, the document said, remove the seats will be used, purchase and erect a portable stage at the front of the auditorium. This staging will be used for the Shea graduation at the Max Reed Field, as the city's borrowed stage is no longer something that can or should be used for safety reasons. This will give the school a safe area of assembly until the unified high school is completed, and will also offer a viable area of assembly for the next group of students to occupy Shea High School. Please note, there is no issue with egress or ADA concerns with this plan.
So the question I asked, which she didn't answer, was, is the inspector going to go into that auditorium and okay that and say that that's safe?
You mean the inspector for Pawtucket?
Yes.
I can call him up and have him come in. He does our buildings every year. And every year he's come in, he's never said one thing about it, knowing that they were using that auditorium up until the fall of this year. He gives us a write-off every year. That's his job. He has to inspect all my schools. If you would like, I could reach out again and have him walk again.
Well, I'd
I understand
if
where
you're
you're
gonna
coming
do
from.
the setup, do the setup and show them what the setup's like,
Well,
and
we could-
have them see it with the setup, you know?
it ended up being 2 reasons why we wanted to use the stage. Obviously, we were originally buying it because we needed it for graduation. And we were saying we could use it for this purpose. The main reason we're doing the roof is because we wanted kids to at least get back into that part of the auditorium. Then the stage part came in because it was separate roof. It's further apart. You have a huge beam that separates the 2 ceilings. One is a lot higher than the other. And by determining that, they've been in there the whole time, and I don't see there being an issue, but if you would like me, I can get the building commissioner to come back out and look.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, that with all of the concerns expressed by NIASC at Shea, I think we're taking the cheap way out. I think we're doing something that, we talked about electricity not being able to sustain portable heaters and laptops and Chromebooks. And we're gonna fix an auditorium roof that's been out of commission for years already. And I think we're fixing the auditorium roof because it's the cheapest thing out of the NIASC plan. So I'll keep watching the bond money, and I'll keep watching the direction that we're moving in at Shea, but this doesn't sound like,
I would agree that it's the cheapest, but I also agree it's the quickest thing that we can do in this period of time.
right, but it's not the most impactful, John.
No, I agree.
So-
No,
So it's,
I can't argue with that.
we're doing it because it's the cheapest. And I think that's not why I'm sitting in this chair. That's not why we went out to the voters and got all this money and the rest of it. I think we got to do better.
Question,
Mhm.
if Brewster Thornton is so busy, are we going to have to get a new architect to give us plans to do the work that we need?
No, I believe we own those plans. I
Do
mean,
we own them?
Yeah, well, we paid them to do it. If we asked for them, they should give them to us.
We need to.
But it would be
confirm that.
easier, obviously, to use the same architect if possible.
Yeah, well,
I want to speak to the purpose of why we went after the prioritization that we did. It was not just some random people. It was a group of stakeholders at the school, the teachers, the administration, central office. And it was a profound ask that the very first thing is that we give them access to a place of assembly as quickly as possible. That it was going to address many, many concerns, and to have a high school without a place of assembly is it's not okay. They do a lot of things together, and it really speaks to not being able to assemble your students and have community building activities and celebratory activities in your school. So that's why we went after that. Is it the most attainable at the start of it? Sure, it's something that could have been done in increments. And to speak to the roof as a priority area, the roof covers everything. If your roof is leaking, then there is absolutely no point of replacing other things until the water stops leaking. So the roof is, I would think, in the group that got together, a very important component. And then the fire, well, that's just a life safety ad that we needed to do. So these were not taken lightly, and they had a variety of stakeholders that worked to address the priority areas. I just wanted to be clear, we weren't looking at the monies, because if you took the 20 million that we originally wanted and we break it down, they're almost equal in terms of cost. The two sets of priority areas that we divided the document in back in December for your approval.
Are we replacing the roof or are we just fixing the section over the?
No,
auditorium?
I'm just doing a repair of the section over the auditorium right now.
Until next summer, which is what you said, the roof.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you were gonna do, if you're gonna do the whole roof, that would have to be next summer, and that includes the stage repair.
But that's not planned for in this.
In the 10 million, yes, sir.
Oh, no,
Yes.
in the 10 million, yes.
I know what you're saying, Jamie, and I know it's late, but he's asking, is the roof getting replaced? And you're saying no, the answer is yes.
I'm saying we. can
I
make
shouldn't
that
be the one
next-
answering this, but the answer is
Yes.
yes, the whole entire roof is being replaced under the $10 million.
But next summer.
Yeah, time-wise is something different, but Jay, I know what you were saying.
the auditorium.
You were hearing it's only gonna be one patch. No, the whole roof is being replaced. It's the timing of it, is different, yeah.
We did a small section of roof at Goff for how much?
That was maybe 1.6, 1.7.
I think-
That wasn't a small section. That was.
I think it was a lot more than one.
That was probably,
seven.
might be right, but that was probably 3/4 of the roof. You just didn't do the gable part, which does cover the whole part of Newport Avenue.
I want to say it was like 7 million,
Oh,
which
no.
is,
Well, then that was all mixed in with fire code upgrades. That was mixed in with STEM. There was a bunch of projects going on at the same time, skylights and everything. I don't think it was that much though. I think you're thinking of Curvin.
regardless, whatever school we spent 7 million to put a roof on,
I don't think.
it's gonna be at least that at Shea. So to say we're including it with the first initial 10 million, you know what? Thank you,
What's
Mr.
that say?
Chairman.
No problem. Motion to adjourn. No, I mean, I need I'm sorry. Motion adjourned by Ms. Connie, second by Mr. Shavin. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed. Thank you, Earl.